Okay. I had a funny feeling that was going to happen. YouTube don't play. 2024. Oh, no, 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 no. You can't play that stuff. You can't play that stuff. Oh, my God. That quick. That quick. That quick. Okay. Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. Almost. Oh, my goodness. Miss Angel. Welcome. That quick. I'm like, yeah, okay. Damn, they sent me a notification right away. Right away. Like, oh, copyright. Oh, you can't do that. Like, Happy New Year. Oh, man. Okay. Happy New Year to you, YouTube. I wanted to do it anyway. I wanted to do it anyway. You know, they're sharing the same content on YouTube, and people got this copyright stuff going on. So, I don't know. Manya Kirkland, Happy New Year. All right, so we can talk. They don't want us to play music. We can talk. I'll eventually take it down. They interrupted me. That's okay. When you're a content creator on YouTube, that's what happens. That's what happens. I hope everyone had a pleasant holiday, Christmas and New Year's. Yeah, Christmas and New Year's. I hope you did. I did. I did. When you have the holidays that go from the end of the year to the beginning of the year, it's like, okay, it's like a double barrel shotgun. But good to see. Good to see you. Miss Angel, hopefully you had a great holiday. And Miss Kirkland, you had a good holiday. Yeah, we had food. You know how we are. You know how we are. We hook up, we get together. The food is out, the games are on. People bring over their own stuff. And oh yeah, get into conversations that you didn't have for a whole year. Yeah, you kind of figure, yeah, everybody's glad it's over. Now, okay. You take a look at the month of January right now, the rest of the month, and it's like, okay, what resolutions do I have? Well, you better have started those resolutions long time ago and had stuck to them. Yeah, Sweet Pea is in the house. Happy New Year. Gloria is in the house. Happy. I said, okay, look, I'm tired. Y'all got to go. I can't be hanging up. I can't be hanging out with y'all right now. But it was a very cool New Year's transition, Christmas, New Year's transition. I was on the phone the majority of the time. I mean, I make calls. I like to hear another person's voice. Don't send me a text and think I know what you mean. I'm old school. Please don't send me a text. and make me believe that, oh, I'm supposed to know what you mean. Get on the phone and let's talk. Put Facebook down, let's talk. Instagram down, let's talk. And that's just me. Oh my God, gunshots. 54 Keys is doing okay. She's taking some time off. I miss her myself. And, we have been, we kind of put a little bit of a hold on the roundtable. Holidays and Thanksgiving, all that stuff. And hey, we live life. Content creators do live life like everybody else, But Boss Blake is doing good, and 54 Keys family's doing good. Her immediate family is doing okay, you know. Um, and you take a break. You got to take a break, especially regarding the stories that we've covered on the roundtable. These are, horrific stories, and a lot of them, we all have feelings for, whether they be children or foul play or, some kind of criminal aspect that you kind of try to work your mind around when you're covering these specific stories. And when you can get deep into them, like we have here on my channel and the Roundtable and Boss Blake's channel on Community Crime Network, it could take a toll. It could take a toll because you're after the truth. Everybody's lying. Everybody's not telling the truth. Nobody knows what happened, and everybody's pointing the fingers at somebody else all the time. Whether it be Summer Wells, whether it be Daniel Robinson, Cody Bigsby, whether it be Breonna Taylor, any of those stories has an essence to them that each one has the same essence. Shanquella Robinson, that same essence. Same essence. Everybody's lying. No one's telling the truth. They don't want you to find out what happened. And they got all five fingers pointed in front of them, and they don't know which way is up. And it's sad. And when you get deep into these stories as a content creator, yeah, you need a break, because the research behind giving these stories on YouTube, on our channels, takes a lot. Takes a lot. You can't, review a couple of videos and say I'm going live. That's for sure. And know what it is you're talking about. There's just no way, as for any of the stories that we've covered, I'm about to, in 2 days, I'm about to have Mr. David Robinson, the father of Daniel Robinson, who's been looking for his son 2.5 years now. His son's birthday is this month, on my panel for an update. Voices Behind the Wall? Wait a minute. Am I reading that right? Voices Behind the Wall is in the building? Cher, are you in the building? Happy New Year to you. I know I haven't I haven't connected with you in quite some time. Wow. Voices Behind the Wall covered the Summer Wells case in such great depths and in such detail. Her and her husband, her significant other, um, concerning Don and Candace Wells, regarding Summer Wells, who went missing June 15th of 2021 out of Tennessee. Where is that child? And I gave commentary to a couple of content creators. In fact, I was on the phone early this morning at about 9:20, still talking about Summer Wells behind the scenes. And I have my theory. You know, it's none of the above as to what they told us, other than foul play. That's just me. That's just me. Yeah, she's still missing. Summer Wells is still missing. And only mom and dad knows where she is. And to really cut through, coming toward, definitely coming to 3 years in June, coming toward an area of that particular case. Out of all that's been said, you're going to find your fingers pointing at specific people, and those specific people are the same people that were with Summer when she went missing. Just me. Just me. Just me. Both of them know what happened to her, especially Candace. She was the last one with her at home on the property. It's 11 acres, for crying out loud. Early in the afternoon, where's this child going to run off to that you couldn't find her? Not unless you were preoccupied doing something you weren't supposed to do. And then something happened because you were off your square. And you've got to turn around and come up with a story that she went missing. Leaving the property 2 times, having a neighbor across the street say that they heard screams. I still kind of find that funny too. Yeah. Likewise, and the neighbor's kind of funny altogether, if you ask me. But we had a Summer Wells reward marathon, try to help, to find Summer. We raised $32,000 for the reward fund on a marathon on YouTube. The very first one that I have ever seen on YouTube. And we were able to successfully have a 10-day marathon in the month of October for 10 days. From the 6th to the 10th, all the way through. Oh, matter of fact, no. We went from the 6th all the way to the 14th, 15th, into the morning of the 15th to raise money for the reward fund. And we raised $32,000 on a number of content creator channels. And it was astonishing. And so our part went to the reward fund, which obviously they didn't find Summer, and there were terms and conditions attached to the reward fund in reference to, well, if we don't find Summer, then we're going to turn this money over to the Children's Advocacy Center, in which they did receive. They received our money. They did receive it, you know, but some are still missing. That's the whole thing. And the family is still doing the same things that they've done from Jump Street, from the beginning of the case. And you kind of put, your hand on your head and you go, why? And the only reason why, in my opinion, is that, they're culpable of a lot of what happened. And they're culpable of their own narrative. And they wanted everyone to believe that there was an abduction that never took place. Now, this is just me. This is just me looking at it from the perspective of a lot of what was said, a lot as to what was done. Voices Behind the Wall really carried some great interviews with Summer's parents, especially Don. Intimate connections there, and was able to find out a lot and was able to share what they could, and obviously, protect themselves against any kind of liability, consulting or sharing that kind of information, hoping that, he would trip himself up. But, he's more like the type of person that believes in misdirection. It's the one word I came up with. He's always misdirecting. It's always someone else. It's the drug dealers. It's Dudley. It's somebody else. Someone took her, threw her in a car, and sped off with her. Only takes about 20 minutes to travel the back roads, and they're out of here. That's what he said. Always somebody else. And he's got a severe case of amnesia. If you ask him the right questions, that's when he gets amnesia. And he's only carrying a narrative that only started June 28th of 2021, along with his wife, Candace, that, it's like a broken record. Broken record. He's repeating what she's saying because they got the story down pat. It's only a couple of weeks after Summer went missing. Why not? Why not? But I believe that Candace was off her square that day. They made some stops, allegedly, that Candace had claimed that they made. One was a CBD store. Wonder what they bought. She came back home with Summer after dropping off Hunter. After they finished at the swimming hole, picked up Grandma from the hospital, picked up prescriptions, went to Walgreens, went home, got there shortly after. Candace's story comes out. The last time Candace says she saw Summer was when she walked her over into the house, watched Summer go through the door into the house, and told the boys that, watch your sister. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. The child is in the house. Where on earth is she gone? See, so to me, the story, that particular story, has always had so many holes to it. Always had holes to it. In the Kanika Jenkins case, 19-year-old that lost her life after being at a birthday party for several hours, couple of hours, at a 4.5-star, 5-star hotel in Rosemont, lost her life too because they found her in an industrial freezer in the back of the hotel. Saw her on video surveillance camera all the way through, nobody in sight, and she ended up in the freezer. Whose responsibility is it to monitor the cameras in a hotel? 1+1, security. Security. They would have been privy to all of that information, and they were privy to it. Management was privy to it and decided to call it an accidental death. In that case, Shanquella Robinson goes to Cabo, Mexico with several of her friends just last year. Well, it's actually been a year now. On vacation. Celebrate two people's birthdays, allegedly, and doesn't come back home over the weekend. There was a fight. It was video recorded, posted on Facebook. Parents found out about it, and the group that she was with, which consisted of 6 people, came back from Mexico and said that, she died of alcohol poisoning because there was a party the night before. These people just come up with stuff to cover their own asses. Now, you could be the parents of Summer Wells, the friends of Kenneka Jenkins, the friends of Shanquella Robinson. I go back to a story. Oh my goodness. That one. No, I'm not going to bring that up. I'm not going to bring it up because it's a bad one. But the stories that I covered here on my channel, are stories that matter. And for those that have kids, children, young adults, we have to pay attention because, how we grew up is far different than how they're growing up today. Social media is more prevalent since the inception of the internet and Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and all, LinkedIn, you name it. All these different social media platforms transfer information, which becomes a part of the peer pressure group, if you will. Everybody's following each other type stuff. And everybody who follows each other, does things in accord with each other. They think it's natural. They think it's normal. And in most cases, I call it a movie because there's always someone or a group of people acting like a movie, like the movie Friday. Somebody's a character in a movie. I'm sure you'll come across that. I know you have. I certainly have. People dressing like the movie, people talking like the movie, living like the movie, buying things like the movie, following trends because other people are following trends like the movie. It's a movie. Each one of those cases that I've looked at is like a movie. And everyone's trying to use a cheat sheet in their movie to make us believe that what they're saying is true. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But the thing about their movie, especially when it doesn't make sense, is that there's some smart people out here, very intelligent people that can take a look at something and say, wrong is wrong. And this is wrong. And you ain't telling the truth. Real simple. And when they can be challenged against their movie, their narrative, if you will, they push back. They curse you out, call you all sorts of names and all kinds of stuff, and then go to other people and complain about you because you didn't believe them. That's what happens, especially for the Summer Wells case. That's what happened. 3 years, going on 3 years. June 15th of this year. And for Daniel Robinson, which I'll be covering in another 48 hours with his dad, David Robinson, is going to be here to give us an update. Now, Summer and Daniel went missing 8 days apart, one in Tennessee and one in Buckeye, Arizona. Daniel's 25, Summer was 5. They gave more attention to the Gabby Petito case at the time when Gabby went missing, and there was a lot of, this, it was all over the media, but for Daniel's case, it really didn't get any kind of attention. And it happened within the same time group. I think Gabby Petito, I think it was in the latter part of May into June at that time. Summer came around the corner, and then Daniel came around the corner, and then they gave Gabby Petito more pub than anything else. Gave it more attention, especially when it came to law enforcement. So in looking at and reviewing these cases as I do, as a content creator, especially like cases like Summer Wells, Kaniga Jenkins, Shanquella Robinson, Daniel Robinson, so forth. And there are a bunch of active cases still going on. You need a break. And I know my limits when it comes to these cases. And okay, John, I think you need to take a break. And so when I'm not on right after a live with you, it's break time. I put together my next live because there's a lot of information that you have to put together in order to connect all the dots that you want to connect. And as it unfolds, when you have a living case working in front of you where the information changes on a daily, yeah, it can take its toll. It can most certainly take its toll, whether you're working as a single like myself or as a couple, you could be husband and wife. I've seen couples actually cover the Summer Wells case. And I must say that Voices Behind the Wall, Cher and her husband, I've been on their channel. I think maybe once or twice, but mostly in the chat. And the controversy and the the back and forth, the bashing. There's a lot of things going on with content creators. You need to take a break. I said, okay. But when we did the reward fund, that ran 10 days in the month of October. And I mean, that took work beyond anything that I could ever think of, and energy like you would not believe. But thank goodness I didn't do that all by myself. There were many different content creators that made contributions in terms of time, money, resources, and everything to help us to actually be a successful marathon on YouTube. And we were, absolutely were. You know, it is sad that the money wasn't used to find Summer, but it went to a better cause, or a good cause, should I say, regarding the Children's Advocacy Center. How you doing, boss? Happy New Year, bro. And that's what made all the difference in doing just that for a child that went missing, 5 years old. And the story behind that story, oh my God, it's crazy. So when you can do a profile and know something about the parents and find out what their past is like, you can understand maybe why what happened to Summer happened to her. But believe you me, I've always had my finger right on the button. Candace knows exactly what happened to Summer. She knows how she went missing. And when Don came home 3:30 that afternoon after leaving his job, okay, because they were together at 3:30 that afternoon. No doubt. Because if you have the FBI CART team and law enforcement delete all of the messages to delineate phone calls and everything from 3:30 on, it kind of pinpoints a time that they were together. They did have communications that were found out, but none strong enough to arrest them. Being very careful because of their background and their history. When you can take a look at that dynamic, it says, wow, who's going to live with that? They are, for the rest of their lives. Because like I said, my theory is that if something was going on between Don and Summer, because Summer used to sleep in Don and Candace's bed at night, and Candace was off her square, as she normally is, and she happened to roll over a couple of times and see something she saw and didn't say anything because she couldn't do anything. He's a breadwinner. He's taking care of the family, so to speak. She ain't got no job, no skills, nothing to say anything of significance, say that she was making a contribution other than being a housewife, homebody. Yeah, it tormented her. And it grew over time. Now go back into Don's past, and you'll find that the same thing happened to some other people that pointed the finger at him for allegedly doing what was stated that he did to them. You know, when Jose was there, he even said that he had to cover Summer up with a towel because she was taking a shower with her father. Then you keep going down that same train, and little by little, you begin to paint and uh, uh, paint a picture as to who this guy is and the kind of guy he is and the stuff that he's involved stuff that he was involved in, as well as what he was involved in at the time. It don't take rocket science. It doesn't. Anybody with two working brain cells can figure it out. You got some bad parents doing some bad things that they've done in the past that worked up to their present June 15th that got them into all kind of mess. And they couldn't do anything else but come up with an excuse only to try to prevent CPS from taking their other three children, which backfired anyway. Backfired. So when you take a look at the Summer Wells case, you'll find everything you need. It's laid all out, going on 3 years. It's enough. And what did they do? Did they go out and look for Summer? No. They stayed online on YouTube with content creators. Voices Behind the Wall was one of them, who's in the chat right now. I'm more concerned about making sure everyone understood the narrative rather than pulling together the people in Hawkins County to try to find their daughter. And then we saw certain things online about the behavior that would turn your head. How messed up they got. What they were doing. And the language that was depicted by Don about certain people, especially people of color. All of it came out of his mouth, and he's supposed to be a man of God. But for me, when I saw him do his interview with the news reporters, very first one, holding his son by his side, and the first words out of his mouth was resurrection. We'll see her at the resurrection. I said, what? He was already done. He already made his mind up, which told me he pretty much knew what happened to Summer. She was abducted. No proof. Bold assumption. How you doing, Squeak? We got some people showing up here. Okay. Marty's in the building too. My goodness. Rosemary's in the building. Nikki Lynn is in the building. My brother Boss is in the building. Okay. Well, happy New Year to everybody. So, with a case like that, a case like Shanquella Robinson, it's sad. And these are ongoing cases, both of them, as well as the Daniel Robinson case is also ongoing. So I was able to contact David Robinson, Daniel's father, and have a deep conversation with him about certain things, especially about the police report. There's a lot of things in the Buckeye police report that was in 128 pages that makes you shake your head. I asked them, why would they say something like that? What would make them think certain things like that and include it in a police report? And yeah, so he's going to be on my channel on Friday. We're going to do a 9 o'clock live and cover the parameters. We're going to play catch up too for most of you who may not know what that story, how that story began or how it evolved. And I've been wanting to have him on my channel since last year, somewhere in the middle of the year. But yet he was busy behind the scenes putting together his information, doing his own investigation. Police are not cooperating. FBI won't get involved. And he's looking for his 25-year-old son that went missing on June 23rd. Someone went missing on June 15th. So yeah, he's going to be on, and we're going to be breaking down some stuff because there's certain things that I was concerned about, especially when it came to Daniel. And I've spoken to with the roundtable, and we've chopped this baby up, and to a point where it leaves a lot of unanswered questions. And I said, okay, well, the only place to get those answers is from one person. That one person does know more than any of us do, as to the character, personality of their child, and can tell us or hopefully share with us without having anything to compromise their position, good or bad. I don't give a damn, good or bad. It is what it is. It is what it is. You got some issues. Okay. We all got issues. Okay. Not so much what happens is what you do that matters. And in this particular case, it's still unfolding. It's still unfolding. Aries 1 is in the building. PM channel is in the building. Sun Goddess is in the building. Jelani Day is another. Thank you, Sun Goddess. Jelani Day is another one. I was going to be a doctor. What happened to him? Is that peer pressure again? Around the wrong people, wrong place, wrong time. Till they found him in a river. Clothes someplace else, car someplace else. And once again, nobody knows a damn thing. Feisty 60 is in the building. Happy New Year to you. And each case has its liars, storytellers, people who want to insert themselves into stuff that ain't their business to begin with, but just want the light to shine their way in some way, shape, or form. And it's a real sad story where we can't stand with each other, back each other up with the truth. It's the hardest damn thing. I don't know, man. It's the hardest damn thing to put on the table is the truth. I don't want to look bad. I don't want to look stupid. I don't want to look like, the one that's out of the Crayola crayon box, if you will. I got to be, with the in crowd. No one can say anything. No one knows anything. And if they do know something, it's a lie to try to cover for something else. It's sad. The parents are doing it with Summer. The friends are doing it with Shanquella Robinson. The people that were involved with Jelani Day were doing it with him. The friends of Kenneka Jenkins were doing it with her. That case finally settled out of civil court. You heard me? The Kenneka Jenkins case has been settled out of court. Settled. They were supposed to go to trial, but it was settled between the hotel and the security firm that was supposed to protect and ensure every individual that was there at the hotel in 2017 at the Crown Plaza. They settled quietly. Non-binding arbitration, quietly. $10 million was awarded. You figure after taxes and after paying the attorneys, whatever that's going to be, you can break 2/3 off of that. Kind of like close it up. That's what happened. Is it really, truly justice for Kenneka, though? My opinion, no. Is it some kind of closure for the family? Yeah. They didn't want to prolong their pain any further. If you're in a civil trial, you can't get anybody under criminal arrest. Anybody. This is more for damages. Since the police department did their due diligence in an entirely different way. And maybe predominantly because she was a Black African-American 19-year-old hanging out with friends, wrong place, wrong time type shit. And they wanted to close it. They control the evidence, medical examiner's report, forensics, everything. So what do? Kylie Rodney, same thing. Young lady went out to a party with friends, graduation party, then a big park out in Truckee. Didn't make it back home. Found her car 2 weeks later. 50 feet of water in a river, upside down. Nobody knows a damn thing. Nobody saw a damn thing. Video surveillance footage captures certain moments where you actually see her car enter the water and sink. But nobody knows nothing. Crazy. Nobody wants to truly get involved to put the truth on the table. It's a very hard and heavy word to deal with for a lot of people in a lot of these cases. So, I mean, it's no surprise. It's no surprise. So I said this year for 2024, is going to really start to hone in on trying to get certain lives posted that brought more of the facts out from the people that were involved. Being able to get on the telephone and contact these people to say that there's a platform that you can talk on called John Q. This is what I do on my platform. And if you need to get the word out, it's a great place for it. If you need to get the word out on the roundtable, it's a great place for it. If you need to get the word out on Community Crime Network, it's a great place for it. Or Shankrock's channel, it's a great place for it. That's why we're here. It's not the only reason why we're here, just to do that, but that's one of the reasons why we're here. To bring that to light and to connect people live, not on a video, but live, where people can engage, ask questions, make comments, connect with the story, and perhaps even give ideas, relevance in ways that most people wouldn't think of. Because when the mind is stressed, the mind is uncertain. When the mind is stressed, the mind is uncertain, and it is susceptible to the influence that it surrounds. Wherever the wind is blowing, that's what's going to capture. That's what's going to be captured by that individual or people. No facts, everything hypothetical, everything is everybody's opinion, coulda, shoulda, mighta, woulda type stuff, and nothing is factual. A mind that's stressed is uncertain. Only certainty will unstress it. Only certainty, facts will unstress it. You can't move a fact. You can abolish an opinion. A picture, a video, some hard evidence, not hypothetical, only hard evidence will blow away all opinions, speculation, hearsay. Hard evidence only. And a lot of these cases need hard evidence. And that's just the bottom line. Hard evidence, solid. You got a picture? Show it to me. You got a text? Show it to me. You got a video? A genuine, authentic with a timeline and it's in black and white and somebody, show it to me. Or it could be in color. Show it to me. What makes what you say a fact? Show it to me. I have the tendency to believe you then. More so. Because if somebody else says it, you doubt it. You have the tendency to doubt it. But if they can show you something that could lean you the other way under the premise of facts, really easy to follow. It's always easy to follow. Facts are always easy to follow. So that's what I try to do on my channel. Working together with other content creators doing the same work, going after the facts because it leads to the truth. That's what people don't want you to know, is the truth. Did something bad? Okay. Tell us the truth. No, because the consequences of it are far greater. That's why. Why do that when everybody lies? So I might as well stay in my lane. Crazy, but people do that. If they have to live with that. Indirectly through their behaviors or demeanor or words, maybe even teach it. Whether it be to people regarding the family, intimate relationships. I mean, we've all seen it, all heard it, all seen it, been there, done that. Moved on. Real quick, real quick. So I look forward to 2024 to really get into some real deep content on my channel and bring it to you live, as I've always tried to. 2023 was very interesting, to shift between doing my live here on John Q Live, Table Talk, Q the Truth. Those are the three major areas, subject areas, I'm focusing on. It gives me a lot of flexibility to work, through an array of different types of conversations we could have. I enjoy that. I try not to bombard myself too much because, like I said, you got to take a break. When I take a break with my family. Work is work, obviously, and I've got a life. And I live my life. Not so much on YouTube, though, but I live my life. I enjoy that. That's where I learn. And then I can bring it to YouTube if I want to share it. So I try to, I'm a Libra. I strive for balance in everything that I do. Nothing in excess, if you will. Nothing in excess, always in moderation. Because you can get burned out. And obviously, following cases such as the ones that I've named, you can get burned out. Not unless it's a means of informing your audience on a daily basis or whatever have you. However, you have it's structured, and your followers appreciate just being with you at a certain period of time during the day or the afternoon or the evening. So I miss you guys. Because I've always said, if I got something to say, I'll go live. Want to share a story? I'll go live. Cover an investigation? I'll go live. Do some mat work? I'll go live. Chop it up with people on the panel? Go live. because that way we can engage each other. We can learn from each other. I've learned a lot. Tremendous amount from different content creators and people in the chat, just sitting in the chat and the commentary being made. That person said something, I'm going to go live because that makes sense. I can build off of that. And then you go live. So with folks like 54 Keys, Bossman Blake, Shankrock on his channel, on their channels, and there are a number, very few. There's Crimes, Lies, and Lines, great channel covering the Summer Wells case. In fact, I'm going to be doing a live with her next Monday on her channel, covering some very specific information, detailed information about the case investigation on that. And that's what I was talking earlier this morning too, in regards to that content creator. So we talk behind the scenes. They know I love to be on the phone. Send me a text message that says, I'm on my way. I'm good. Try to explain something to me, and the text message just runs on and on and on and on. I can't. My eyes get messed up. I hit the phone. I'll hit the button, the phone button on the cell phone. Okay, you needed my attention with all those words. What's up? And I can better handle it. I mean, that's just me. I'm sure for most of you, that's the way you are too. Don't send me a long ass text message, that you want me to read a book. I can't do it. It's too abstract. I mean, well, for me, it's abstract. Blank piece of paper, and you got all these words that's trying to make a picture out of something you can't see. Is it night? Is it day? Is it in the morning or is it in the afternoon? Is it in the evening? Are you home? Is it outside? Talk to me. Help me out. What time did all this happen? You won't see the time. Only the time of the text message, but not the time of the occurrence. You got your mind jumbled. You got 1,001 things outside of that you have to deal with. And then you get this book that just showed up in your phone. Send me an email. Tell me what's a great time to talk. Then we can talk. I give you my number, you give me your number, whatever like that, and then we can talk. It's better for me. I've always done that. Keep it simple. Anything else, nope. I can't carry that water. And you shouldn't carry that water either. Get on the phone. Or schedule a time to get on the phone. How's that? You can do that too. Because your time is your time. I can get boss on the phone right now while I'm live. But then again, he would be the one to sneak up here because he got the keys to the house. He'd be the one to sneak up here and pop up on the screen. he has that flexibility, So here's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to wrap up. I'm going to drop the link if anybody wants to come up and say Happy New Year. I'll make some commentary as to what I was doing before they took it down. I was going to take that sucker down. I knew they was going to take it down. I said, let me go ahead and do it. Boss told me, hey, don't play videos. I said, well, you know something? I know they're going to take it down. I'm going to play it anyway. However, they didn't wait till I finished. So there's the link in the chat. If you want to come up, say Happy New Year and share some thoughts. Tell me what you'd like to see, what you'd like for me to get into, help me to educate me on certain things that would make the channel improve. I always look for improvement. If you want, it's real simple. You don't have to show your face. Keep your cover on. But yeah. So with the ongoing cases that I'm still working, one being the Daniel Robinson case, for quite some time, I'm coming to a point now to where on Friday we'll be able to talk with David Robinson about where he is in his investigation regarding his son, who's been missing. In fact, his son's birthday is this month, the 14th. I'm 28 years old this month and missing 3 full years come June. People go missing, man. I tell you, so you got to hold on to your family. Make sure you talk to them. Don't have to be every day, but have a good communication with them. The best thing that you can rely on when you talk to your children, and I found this to be very true, the best thing that you can always rely on when you talk to your children, grown or not, whatever, is your intuition. We got 2 ears physically, but there is a third inner ear that you really hear what they're saying and where they're coming from. How many of y'all agree with that? Type of 1 in the chat. Type of 1 in the chat. Miss Marty is on board. Miss Marty, how are you? Are you hooked up? Can you hear me? You got your mic on? I don't know if you're muted. No, you're not muted on my side. Yeah, type of 1. Type of 1. You got that inner ear. Knows when somebody's bullshitting you. Telling you a story. And then they, knows when they're telling the truth. Absolutely.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, now I got you. Hey, Marty.
Okay. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. How are you?
I'm fine. And yourself?
I am good. I am good. Thank you for joining the panel. Wait, whoa, I've got another one. I've got Miss Angel up here. Uh-oh.
Hey, Anonymous.
Uh-oh.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
How you
Good,
doing,
how are
Miss
you?
Angel?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yep, just busy. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
keep you
So,
long 'cause
what do y'all what do y'all think about the inner ear called intuition? True or false?
true.
True.
That is, I
Or
mean,
harmony.
was that
Harmony.
harmony? Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's where intuition plays a very big role in harmony. Being able to listen uh, openly, non-critically, and your intuition will tell you everything,
Hmm.
everything, and it gives guidance. It gives guidance. Both my daughters, both Amanda and Dominique, you know, they are separate in their own ways, and they have their own communication pattern, if you will,
Hmm.
how they speak, what the tempo, the pace, when they're excited about something for real, uh, versus something that they couldn't care less about. But yeah, intuition has helped me to really discern uh, me and how I can. It helps me to understand them a whole lot better
Mm.
rather than jump the gun in a lot of things in mid sentence because there was a trigger word that kind of turned me off. And so now I'm going into that direction. He did what? He said that to you? No, no, no. That person is not good. That no, you're only going to. Well, yeah, but I didn't finish my sentence.
Yeah,
Nah,
you jumped the gun.
yeah, jumped the gun, and I learned my lessons early. And intuition said, pause, let it all come out first,
Right.
and then you can try to understand what's coming at you, in the abstract, and listen more, and it'll begin to paint the picture that you need to see.
Facts.
It'll add color to it. It'll tell you what time it is.
You know, I
Absolutely.
I actually came up here to thank you for giving us updates on the cases that people have actually forgotten about. And actually, I didn't even know you were on tonight. I know that you're going to have Mr. Robinson on Friday, and
Yeah,
I really, really, really want to hear that interview. I set my notifications. I'm like, oh, he's going to be on.
yeah.
Does he really have any updates?
Well, he has updates, and in a way, he can share them
Okay.
um, without compromising his position.
Hmm. Hmm.
Because he's doing his own investigation.
I know it. I know. I
Yeah,
saw that interview with him
yeah.
and
And
stuff.
so, for me, it's it's a very different position for me because if I'm looking at a lot of different photographs, I'm looking at a crime scene, I'm looking at a police report,
Hmm.
I'm looking at individuals that are involved. I'm doing, you know, character profiles on those people to get an idea as to the connection between them and his son Daniel.
Hmm. Daniel.
And to see if there's matching mindsets, if there's matching influences there, in order to begin to really understand how people moved around him and with him
Mm.
up until the point that he went missing.
Right.
So it's it's called reverse oh, they call it, you want to call it, it's in reverse. It's investigating victimology in reverse. So you have to go back into the past
Okay.
and pull everything that he was connected to from the past to the present.
Right.
And that will give you a little more of an idea as to what occurred. Past
But-
behavior
Right.
into present action. Yeah.
So how long has he been missing again?
Daniel's been going on 3 years.
Right.
Uh,
Okay. Because I was
yeah.
telling somebody about it. I knew it was over 2.
Yeah, 3 years in June. Summer is 3 years in June.
Yeah. A week
Wow.
apart or something.
Yeah, it's about 8
Yeah.
days. Yeah, 8
Okay.
days apart. And it's like, okay. Ooh, where do you begin? How do you start?
Right.
And Summer Wells' case has just been all over the place. Whereas Daniel's case has been isolated, and you really had to work hard to try to dig into, what really happened.
Right.
What was told to the father by the police.
Right.
What
Is
what did his associates at work know about Daniel? What did the co-worker that he was supposed to meet at the
Right.
well site where he went
Mhm.
missing know about Daniel? The guy who came across Daniel as a fake FBI agent had contact with Daniel several hours before he went missing.
Mm.
You know,
And didn't his dad say those clothes that were found near his Jeep, that he didn't think that he had seen them, or those could possibly not be his? Did I
uh,
hear that?
yeah, and that's been a twist in the story too. Could those be Daniel's clothes?
Hmm.
Without them being forensically checked
Right.
with Daniel's DNA, without them being forensically checked for the airbags, because
Right.
the gas releases, the airbags releases gas components through the airbag that would get onto the clothes.
The clothing. Right.
Yeah, that would put Daniel in the clothes, and then the gases hitting the clothes together to
Hmm.
say that Daniel was in the car.
Was in the car. Right.
Right, right. All 7 airbags were deployed. All 7. So now we've got to take a look at the car to say, is there sensors in the seats of the areas in the body of the car that were depressed at the time for those airbags to have gone
To all
off?
to deploy at the same time. Yeah.
Right, right.
Mm.
Did Daniel have a carload of people? Did he bump into some strange people out there in the desert when he went missing? The call that was made early before Daniel did arrive at the second well site from the co-worker, he told him not to come because there was an issue with the gasoline truck that was supposed to meet them out there to provide gasoline for the generator that was used to pump the water out of the well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Did
Yeah, I
Daniel?
just heard it when you were the first person that I heard cover that.
Mm,
And that's how I started following it.
right.
And I think it's very, 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 very strange.
No, it is. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts, and then there are a lot of parts that have holes in them,
Hmm.
and you got to cover the holes. Timeline. Timeline
Right.
means everything in a case.
Hmm.
absolutely.
So when I have David on Friday, I intend to cover a timeline with him,
Mm.
step
Okay.
step by step,
What time is
from
it on?
from Daniel's house at 6:35 that morning. How he moved, where he moved, how the GPS was activated, and where he ended up as his first stop. Stop 1, gas station. Stop
Mhm.
2, the first well, which was only about 1.25 mile south of the gas station.
Mhm.
Stop 3 was the second well out in the Sonoran Desert, where he was supposed to meet the co-worker from Weber
Mhm.
Waterworks. You know, because that's where his Jeep ended up.
Ended up at, right.
Yeah, you know, it didn't end up there the day that Daniel went missing because it wasn't out there. It showed up almost a month later, upside down in the ravine.
Hmm.
So
I didn't know that much
now,
time had passed.
yeah, so we're talking about a month later. Wait a minute, July 19th, Daniel goes missing on the 23rd of June. How did the Jeep get there?
Right.
You know, so a
Hmm.
rancher, being one of the characters also involved in the case, stated that he was moving cattle through that particular area. We're going to be doing some map work to give everyone a visual as to
Mhm.
where Daniel's car was found and how the rancher was able to actually see Daniel's car
Hmm.
in the ravine while he was moving cattle through, because he wasn't alone. He was with several other people. That came in the first police report. In the second one, which was on the first police report, was only 56 pages long. The second report came in at 128.
Right. I was getting ready to say it was like almost 200 pages, but okay.
Oh man. I said, okay, what is this? And there was a lot of things that the police added to it. More so, it could be a number of reasons, whether to cover their ass because of certain things wasn't revealed in the first report. Uh, Timeline is off. Now the timeline is changed in the second report.
Mm.
Uh, the story between the person that Daniel was supposed to meet at the well site was changed. And conversations between Mr. Robinson and family members were kind of concerned about Daniel's well-being, if you will.
Mhm.
You know, and there were a number of other odd instances where Daniel was seen after all this
Right.
in various different places by different people.
What?
Yeah, you
Wow.
know, missing, missing right hand, tall, about near 6 foot, handsome young dude, look in his mid 20s, give or take, and he did not want to be recognized. There was
What?
a woman that said that she had came across him, and he had told her, "Don't take any pictures," because she had found out about Daniel's story, and she asked him, you appear to be the young man that was missing, whose father's looking for him, and everything else like that. And she had stated in the police report that he said to her that he did not want anything recorded,
Wow.
Hmm.
nothing, and his name wasn't Daniel.
Was that in the first or the second police
That
report?
was in that was in the second one, so
Okay.
it's like, okay, so having David on will be able to, give him a great leeway into his investigation so that he can explain a lot of what the police are talking about in both reports. What they failed to report in the first one as compared to the second one, what they're talking about specifically in the second one that causes him concern,
Right.
you see? Because in both instances, it kept the FBI from getting involved.
Wow.
Because I remember when I heard his dad up there and he was, just coming, it wasn't on your channel. He was just, I think I ran across him and he was just doing a podcast himself and he was just sitting there and giving like just, updates. And that's how I found out that, that he was doing a lot of the legwork, himself and, coming up with things that the FBI should have done or the police department should have done. Like, how come there was never anything done with the car? you know.
Right.
And I was just, I listened to him for about half an hour and stuff, but I'm definitely gonna tune in on Friday
Yeah.
and see what he has
Um,
to say.
John, what time on Friday?
It's going to be at 9 p.m.
Okay.
And he's a veteran, United States veteran.
Hmm.
He served 2 tours in
Wow.
Afghanistan, and he was injured in Afghanistan. A lot of combat front line stuff, and he was badly injured, enough to bring him home, you
Hmm.
know
Wow.
and he'll be able to share that. I'm going to get in deep into his background as a military officer, because it's part of the case. It's part of the equation.
Mm,
Daniel, his son, is looking up to his father being, American hero, serving in the military, serving his country. He gets hurt. He comes home. They have to deal with things,
Hmm.
on a medical level, on a veterans level, all kinds of stuff, benefits, you name it.
Hmm.
So what I wanted to do was to let people see an inside area of David, Daniel's father, and how things transpired. What was family life like? How was Daniel then? To get up to Daniel's story and then go from there.
Right.
You see, who
Okay.
was
I see how
Daniel?
you talk about working backwards too,
Yeah,
from the past to the present.
yeah, you've got to work backwards, because
Mhm.
things don't just happen. When Shinquilla went down to Cabo, Mexico, that's just not the story. You've got to work backwards to get to the story.
You're
true.
right.
And everybody on Shankrock's channel has done that. They're working backwards, little by little. Let's do it again. Let's take a look at the evidence again.
Yeah, we're putting
And
together a timeline
there you go. Timeline is
for
important.
it. Yeah, they're working on that now.
Yeah. So you've got to go before uh, the October 28th, 29th, and 30th.
Right.
You got to go as to what happened on October 6th.
Yeah.
You know, there was an incident on October 6th where there was speeding citations given to Shanquella.
Hmm.
What was that about? Let's go before October 6th. What was family life like at that time?
Hmm.
See what I'm saying? Well, where was Salamandra? What was she doing at that time? Where was Bernard at that time?
I don't know. She was at
And
dinner.
now that builds an interview, but that nobody has done. No one has done it. No one. No one.
An interview with whom, John?
With Les, what was family life like
Oh,
before
okay.
the
Okay.
trip? You know, what was Shanquella doing? Was she, overwhelmed at the job, or was it easy does it at the job? Did she ever speak to you about incidences or whatever? What her goals were going to be? Mom would know that.
Hmm.
Dad would know that too.
Mm-hmm.
You see, and so it's got to go backwards there. Did they suspect anything going on before the trip? Did they
Mm,
mention anything to her regarding that specific trip?
Well, the dad didn't know she was going. That's what he
Right,
said.
right, exactly. But between that time and the time that he had found out, I'm sure he's spoken to her.
mm,
So that goes to content. Salamandra, the same thing. That goes to content. Before the incident had occurred, did she
But he
did,
didn't
did
speak to her. But her dad didn't know she was going to Mexico, and she didn't speak with him in Mexico. He didn't even know she was over there.
Right, right. For Bernard, right?
Right.
Yeah, yeah. However, they would have, I'm sure that they've had private conversations before the Mexico trip. How's business doing? You know, a little this one. Are you coming by next week? We can go out to dinner. Conversations between father and daughter,
Right.
conversations between mom and daughter, conversations between sister and sister.
And you know
Because,
what? I don't think you're right. I don't think anybody has taken that twist or thought of it in that way. Because I know I haven't. We were just concerned about October 29th
there you go.
or October 28th when they
Hmm.
left. And
Yep.
that's where our thing started.
All right. So if we can take a look at Shanquella Robinson's case and can begin to work backwards, things that led to the trip.
Hmm.
What do we know about that?
Mm.
Start from nothing. Okay, what do we need to know about that? Everything.
Everything.
Okay, so now who do we talk to? Who do we reach out to?
Those
That's a new,
closest to her.
yeah, that would be a new direction for those people that are bold enough to um, want to reach out to Salamandra and have some kind of communication with her in a way that she would want to come on Shank Rock's channel and share the story. Great. Or Shanquella's sister can do it because she
Hmm.
did it on another person's channel.
Hmm.
What was life like? You know,
Right.
what was the relationship like? What did Shanquella talk to you about concerning the business, concerning her private relationships? Sister talk.
Right. I
You
know me
know,
and my sisters do.
they
Right.
talk. So that things are private, okay, but in essence, was there something developing there that would give us an idea that Shanquella was not just all about business. She had her private time. She
Right.
enjoyed going to blank, a
Hmm.
movie. She enjoyed pets. She enjoyed taking the kids out to the park. Little things, just little things that tells us a bit more about Shanquella
Right.
in a
I had
different
never
direction,
saw it like that.
from a different direction. And if you can get those little pieces of people that know Shanquella together, now you've got a better profile as to really who Shanquella was outside of the business person that she was, that we all know she was.
Right.
Mom's perspective, dad's perspective, her sister's perspective, Khalil, Nazir, any of those, they won't tell you a damn thing because they already proved that.
Exactly.
So you can't go in that direction. But I'm sure that there are co-workers that she worked with, that, there's work there, in other
Hmm.
words, and if they would be willing to, go on panel to share their experiences with Shanquella, that would add to Shanquella's character. And it would add to her associations with people, which would add to the overall view of how she came in connection with the people that she went on the trip with.
Mm.
Right. And you know what? And John, what you're saying is it would humanize her, even though we've been talking about her for 15 months about the tragedy, about the tragedy.
Right,
And from what you're talking about, what you're speaking of, we could see the before the tragedy.
right, right.
You gave me food for thought.
Absolutely, absolutely. There was a course in victimology that I was able to review, in case studies of, just certain crime elements and everything else like that. To know your victim, you would have to know who they are,
Right.
what their associations were, the people they hung out with.
Right.
You build on that to create the character or the victim. You go back to the victim, and then you put the associations in a way to say, how was the victim thinking? Good thoughts, bad people, in other words, you become like the people you hang around,
Mm-hmm.
type stuff. Or was it the other way around? And there were some posts. I believe Shankrock had put it up on his channel. There was some posts about Shanquella separating herself away from
From
certain people. That
right. They were
remember
like,
that?
yeah, those were like months. She was given like subliminals.
Right.
Um, and yeah, those it was months and months before the trip. But like you say, who was she trying to separate herself from? You know.
hmm And yeah, exactly. And when you begin to identify uh, that aspect, when did that happen? What date did that happen? Why
And
was
why did it
Shanquella making
happen?
right? Why was she posting that?
Right.
You know, she was making a shift, number one, and that's good. She was changing her mind about a particular activity that she may have been involved in, didn't like. And she said, something, people are backstabbers, this, that, and
Right.
the other thing. You never know who your friends are. Nah, 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 nah. And yes,
Mm-hmm.
she's making a shift. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
she's ready to change her mind. Did was that part of what may have agitated some people that
Mm.
could have
Some people
ran?
used to say that some people I remember earlier saying that, about her maybe pulling away from Khalil. But he was the one that invited her on the trip. So if she was going to pull away, why would she agree to go? I don't care if somebody did pull out at the last minute that were supposed to go on the trip.
Right,
And then if she was trying to pull away from him, then why would he go? Why would she go with them? Yeah, she just
exactly.
trusted. I'm just like Natasha. She just trusted bad people.
Yeah,
Trusted bad people.
yeah, and and it would give us a bit of an insight as to the breakaway
Hmm.
effect for Shanquella. It didn't appear to be like a fast breakaway because it would have been posted.
Yeah, because a
It
lot of, like
seemed
I
like it
said,
was it gives you the impression that it may have been she was trying to attempt to do a slow breakaway. Whether it have been with Khalil
hmm
or anybody else in the group.
yeah. Hey,
You know,
Natasha, that's bad information. Natasha said she paid for everything. She didn't pay for everything, Natasha. We kind of broke that down. She didn't pay for everything. She was and I'm sorry I'm reading your chat. I'm
no,
so
no,
used
no.
to
Go
be
right ahead. You're on
so
panel.
used to
You're on
being
panel.
so
Yeah,
used to being
definitely.
in Shane's channel and just engaging the chat
Right.
with the conversation. Lena said she wanted to pull away from her family. I've never heard that.
Hmm. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
And once again, going back into
Yeah.
going in
What you were just
going in
talking
reverse
about.
will tell you a lot about her connections with the family, whether they were close or distant. That plays a very important part in what surrounded Shanquella, as well as possibly her attitudes, towards certain people for certain reasons. If it was all about money, then, that's the direction it will go. If it was all about backstabbing, that's the direction it'll go. vice versa, so you get to understand her thinking. And when you can get to understand your victim's thinking, that goes a long way into understanding cause and effect as to what happened. You
Right.
know, did she, during the time that they were, there that night before the fight, was Shanquella notorious for agitating people, you know, with certain words or sayings, where a person would say, well, what do you mean by that?
Right, right. Like Nikki Lynn says, words matter. She was
Yes,
like,
they do.
words take on its own form. Words matter. It's how you say things,
Uh-huh.
and stuff. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You're
Yeah.
absolutely right. But I'm gonna think about that because I had never thought about it like that before. Never thought about it like that before.
Yeah, because if you take a look at everything that happened on October 28th, the trip, it kind of isolates you to a point to where it's right where the story is right now. Shanquella, 25 years old, well-to-do, did well in school, business owner, smart. She's a boss, dresses well, takes very good care of herself, and she is doing things with children,
Hmm.
entrepreneur, all the good things, all
Hmm.
the positive, progressive things that people should be about.
Hmm.
However, you got to go backwards to say, okay, how did that come to be? How
Right.
did that come to be? You know, and now we go backwards into education, go backwards into school, go backwards, and not only that, but you got to go backwards into family. How was dad with her? How was mom with her? How was mom with her sister? What were their core beliefs in the family? You know,
Right.
Now,
Right.
obviously, as parents, we want our children to be the best. We want them to have better lives than we've, had, and
Right.
avoid the mistakes that we've made.
Right.
All
Right.
this stuff, that's a part of it too.
Right, that's what my dad always said, and my dad was an only child, and he grew up in the South, but back then, at 13, my grandparents and my aunts, great aunts, they spoiled my dad. A
Right.
13-year-old walking around with a bull of a watch back then, and he always taught us, he was like, "I don't care what you do, you be the best at whatever it is. If you're a doctor, be the best. If you're a janitor, be the best. Take pride in your work." And he was like, "I always want my kids to have more than what I had." And that's what he was telling us. And that's how I raised my two sons.
Hmm.
I wanted them to have more and be, better than me. You want a progression thing there. You want,
Exactly.
and like you say, you try to um, head them off for any mistakes that you may have made so they won't make those same mistakes, you know.
Right.
But you just instill, my dad, you go to school, get a career, work hard, be dedicated, and do your best. And that's what he says. I only want if you can only give me 90% and that's your best, then that 90% I'll take, you know. But if you know you can do 95%, then that's what I expect. But if you say 90 is all you got, then he will accept that as being my best,
Right.
you know.
Right. And that's what parents do.
Hmm.
And that's been going on for generations and generations. No parent wants their child to do bad. No parent wants their child to be around, the bad people,
Hmm.
associate with bad people, because they
Right.
know where they'll end up, the jailhouse or the graveyard.
Hmm. Exactly.
So I don't, I'm not one sitting up here saying that, Shanquella's, parents had anything to do with what happened to her. No, I'm not saying that at all. At all. It's ludicrous to even think about,
Yeah, it's
So
the crazy people that, well, not the crazy people. It was DJ that put hands on her that we saw. That's the only
yeah,
evidence that we saw. And the injuries that she sustained in that fight ultimately caused her demise. And I was
right.
talking, me and Nick was talking, about that. And even today, because we look at um all of the other little nuances that really doesn't make a difference in the outcome of her demise. I don't care. It's just like she was talking today. I don't care how they got away from Mexico. I don't care if Nazir got there on Friday or Saturday. That did not cause her demise.
Hmm.
If the villa owner had something to do with it, that did not cause her demise. You know, so that her demise came from the hands of DJ. Well, put it this way, her results in that assault resulted in her demise.
Hmm. I would
So,
agree. I would agree because it was captured that way. It was
right,
captured that way. Hours went by. There was no help up until someone decided to get help.
right.
You see? Now, if it was a maid, okay. If it was
People
one of
don't think Lucy. People
yeah,
don't think Lucy exists. I have always said that Lucy does exist. I'm telling you because Nazir said out of his mouth when he did the video, they told me the maid found her slumped over. That's what he said. That they told him. So that's what makes me believe that Lucy does exist. But 90% of the people on my channel, they don't think Lucy exists. But I'm hell bent on Lucy exists for real.
yeah,
I
well, I
am.
mean, she was, injected into the case. There was a timeline given to her as to about noon or so, give or take,
Mm-hmm.
uh, to bring accessories or amenities to the room, fresh towels or make up the
Mm-hmm.
bed or whatever she was assigned to do, showed up. And it wasn't at the right time for the Cabo Six, you
Yeah.
know. How they allowed her to get in anyway
Right. Right.
is has been a question because if you didn't want somebody to find out something and somebody is still sprawled out either in the bedroom or the bathroom, you wouldn't want to have that exposed because right
Exactly.
away they would get, the impression, what did y'all people do to her
Right. Right.
type stuff, and that would implicate them. Whether,
Natasha, wait a minute, hold on. Let me ask Natasha. So Natasha says saw her in the bathroom. Oh my God. Yes, Tasha. It was said that the maid found her in the bathroom. Um, and she came in around noon or so.
Mhm.
So honey, we've been on this case since day one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've
So
been on this
yeah,
case since
she
day
was
one.
she was injected into the case, and we have to hold her there
Hmm.
until things go forward and reveal a bit more about what she did. You know,
Exactly.
up until the doctor got there, which was about three or thereafter.
Right.
Nazir got there before the doctor did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's coming off a plane. He's taking an hour's trip
Mm-hmm.
out to the villa.
2:17 on the clock when he's pulling up
2:17
to
on
the
the
villa.
clock, pulling up, and now he's confronted with something that has definitely got him startled.
Right.
You know, from his point of view, if you see a busted lip, bruise underneath her eye. What do you think was going through his mind? What did y'all do to her?
Right.
What
Right.
happened?
Well, you know, he said that. He
Why
said that
is
in the
she like
video.
this?
Right. He was
You
like, "What do
know,
y'all do? Whoop her ass or something?"
right? What the F, what
Right.
the F is going on?
Right.
You know,
Right.
and I'm sure they told him.
But
I'm
you know
sure,
what? He said, according to another content creator that he has been communicating with, he claims, I'm using that word kind of loosely,
mhm,
that he didn't know anything about the fight until the video came out on the 16th of November. That's what he said.
right, right,
I don't know how much I believe that, but that's what he said.
right. And you have to also take his statements. You have to really say, okay, you said what you said, and until it's verified in some way, shape, or form, it's on the table, though. It's on the table. This is bigger than what we think it is. Okay, in what way?
Right.
It
Exactly.
doesn't explain that bigger than what we think it is statement. So that's gotta shine through.
You know
You
me,
know,
I'm all about facts. You can tell
right,
me something, but I need to see it in black and white, because
right,
people can say whatever they want to say, does not make it true, does not make it
right,
true at all. So
exactly.
people be spewing stuff, and I'll say, where did you get that from? Or show me that.
Right.
What type of proof do you have? And people get upset with me a lot, as you well know. But no, I'm a factual person. I
Well,
really
yeah,
don't deal in conspiracy theories, even though we're theorizing whatever happened, because we don't know what happened. Like I
right.
said from the beginning, the only thing that we know 100% is baby girl is not here anymore.
Yeah,
That's the only thing that we
that's a
know for
fact.
sure. Yeah,
That's a fact.
only thing.
So you have that on the table. Now we've got to figure out, okay, let's work backwards. Any good investigation worth its salt has to work backwards. Okay,
Hmm.
what happened before everybody got there? Now where are we? Okay, and when you can dig in that area and get answers to those questions, you know it begins to shed a little bit more light as to associations, relationships, if any relationships, support, non-support.
Non-support.
All right, you got to start swinging the pendulum both back and forth, up until you get to a point to where certain people begin to show up in that area, just like the area after the fact. Then
Hmm.
you can tie the two together a whole lot better. So and so was here before, very close, um, very concerned, very informed, whatever,
Hmm.
that got to that fight that day, and then everything transpired from that point. Now you're looking for those same names on the other side after the fact. Who shows up there? And as like I said on Shankrock's channel, Khalil is on the table.
Yes.
Most certainly. Most certainly. He spoke to who? Look at his associations. He's there with Cabo Six.
Hmm.
One, he spoke to Salamandra several times on the phone.
Twice. Hmm.
Two, he goes to Salamandra's house to bring Shanquella's things back.
Hmm.
Three, and then when he's confronted with the fact, of a fight that Salamander had
Right.
found out about. Now,
Right.
what was his reaction and how did he respond?
He was sweating and
There you go.
wanted to throw up and
Right.
said, "Wasn't nobody fighting."
Yeah. Right. So if you can tie his activities after the fact, in that way, and then before the fact, then you'll have a razor blade focus on certain people or a certain person,
Person, right?
you know, that was possibly orchestrating, um, manipulating, leading, guiding, all kinds of things. That one person or two, could be a collusion of two, um, would show up. And
Yeah.
and then becomes undeniable that this person or these two people or group of people had something definitely to do
To do
with
with it,
the demising
right?
Shanquella that day. It mounted up to that point where a fight broke out. It mounted up to Shanquella losing her life. It mounted up to the Cabo Six leaving inadvertently in the middle of an investigation.
But at
Because
that
when
point, John, it was at that point, it wasn't considered a crime scene because why they took after they talked to the couple of people that they talked to there, and they say, it was alcohol poisoning and something about her falling and could have made these bruises or whatever. They didn't think it was a crime scene then, so
right, no,
they
just an
left. But why
investigation.
would you? Right? Okay.
Yeah, just an investigation. Cops show up, they're there,
Mhm.
they're asking questions. That's an investigation.
Mhm.
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Right.
Are you related?
Right.
How did
What
you guys
happened?
come down? Right, exactly. That's called an investigation.
What
So when they
happened?
went back, after they removed Shanquella's body that night from the villa, and the police returned on Sunday back to the villa only to find out that they were gone.
Exactly.
you know, um, that's hindering an investigation, ongoing investigation. you know and it's really sad to see the relationship between Mexico and the United States under the treaty of extradition play out this way.
Right.
Whereas the FBI, even though they had the Mecklenburg medical examiner examine Shanquella
Mhm.
for the findings, cause of death, that is,
Mhm.
for the family, only to have add opposite reports where there is no broken neck.
But John, see, if you look at if you look at both, and I want to address Natasha and Feisty 60. So
Hmm.
Natasha says if there was video proof, why didn't she get locked up? Well, Natasha, there was an assault that was on the video. Um, but that didn't come out until November the 15th or November the 16th. And then Feisty wants to know why wasn't she charged with assault because it was on video. You're right, but she and that is what we saw on the video. We didn't see a demise on the video. We did see an assault. But if you put both of those autopsies together, I always say it's the wording because if you look at the video, you look at where her injuries were when they did the autopsy, and then look at that video. Those blows she sustained in the areas in which she sustained them, they were in the same areas on both autopsies. to me, I think the wording was just different because one says atlas luxation and something about the medulla,
Right,
and I need Nikki
right.
Lynn, for that.
Hmm.
Then the Mecklenburg was saying that, and it was all from the cervical 1 and 2, the C1 and 2, and it was like it was what did they? I don't want to lie on the words. Either crooked or dislodged or dislocated, right? But that's why I say I just think that it's verbiage from one to the other. The areas in which the injuries were the same areas. On Mecklenburg, they did find more scratches or whatever. But she came, how long did it take them to get her from Cabo to here? Back to Charlotte.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we don't know where those other little bruises came. And then sometimes you can bruise yourself and then the bruises don't come to the surface for days, you know. But I just think when it comes to the autopsies, I think it was the verbiage, you
Well,
know.
yeah, because you're going to have different pathological interpretations based on the medical examiner's report, both from Mexico and the United States. One's getting everything that they could up front, and then you have a transfer going on between then and up until the time that the United States had received Shanquella
Hmm.
for the second autopsy by Mecklenburg medical examiner. Now the body is, has changed, in composure, stature, uh, whatever you want to call it. And what thorough autopsy did they perform? Well, when I saw x-rays in the US's autopsy
Hmm.
and photographs in the Mexican autopsy, and both claim to be different, this is where you have a difference of opinion in terms of pathological findings by the
Hmm.
medical examiner.
Hmm.
Okay, okay. Um, red flag, something's wrong.
Hmm.
Something's wrong. Which do we believe?
Right. And
You know,
that's why no one is arrested.
right, right.
That's why
So
no one is
on the
arrested.
US side, since this is our pathological finding, and we find no atlas luxation or broken neck
Hmm.
or broken spine out
Hmm.
of the lumbar area or the thoracic area or
Hmm.
anything else like that, there is bruising, which could have happened during transport.
Hmm.
Uh, that's what they wrote.
Right. But
We
then
don't
they
have
also,
sufficient. Yeah, we don't have sufficient evidence to make the claim of an arrest in any way, shape, or form, whether it be an assault or homicide.
right,
That's what the U.S. said.
right. But let me ask you this question because we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago. What do you think Mecklenburg's purpose was to get an autopsy when one was already provided? Why do you think they did one?
I think the family pressed it. I would. I would.
Okay.
Only because it's two international jurisdictions. One country does things their way. We know what they do here.
Right.
You know,
We don't know what they do in
we
Mexico.
don't know what they do there. Whether it was a thorough autopsy or not, whether it was the same body. You
Don't
know,
put that out there.
I mean, I'm just saying, not to say was a lot of things that was going on with the death certificate because one, it was never
Well, yeah.
signed. You
Yeah.
know, it was
The
certified
time was
without
different.
signature, right?
Right.
That's a problem. It's a big problem. So
Right,
we don't know what they do down there,
right.
you know.
But see,
Hence, when you take a look at the U.S. autopsy, you
but
got
the
a
U.S.
signature and you have
right,
certification.
but
Yeah,
you also have assumptions. Like I said, I've been in the hospital 42 years. I have never read a pathology report that someone gives their opinion. When you do an autopsy, you're looking at this cadaver and you're seeing with fresh eyes specifics, scientific stuff, not
right.
or oh she because I think there was two or three things in there that he himself put in there. How can you speculate? Oh well, she could have gotten up after this. That's not scientific. That's not what that body that you
That's
just. That's
speculation.
not what that said exactly. And there were a few other things in there. I'm telling you, I have
Yeah,
never in my life seen a report that put that type of talk in there.
yeah,
Never,
which, yeah,
you know. It was
yeah.
crazy,
So,
crazy.
once again, it just goes to prove the difference between the two autopsy reports, the pathological findings of those reports, the people conducting the examination of the autopsy.
Hmm.
Okay, so you got a red flag on the autopsy, no doubt, no doubt. Uh,
But does that
it,
make? But does that make Mexico's finding not accurate just
uh,
because someone didn't sign it?
right? No, there is no way to know that. See, there's no way to know that it was in a sense given to the hands of the USA to say if there's something that you want to do about this particular incident and regarding our autopsy report, we will fill out necessary paperwork, okay, to have this information transferred to you for your review in comparison to the pathological findings that we have. You can compare the same. And hence the second autopsy being here in the United States uh, had different, or let's just say the language was different
Hmm.
in the pathological findings. Okay, so it gave them more leverage to say whether they could do or could not do anything about it.
I
Okay.
myself would have personally had a third autopsy. That's me. I would have gotten an independent autopsy away from the Mecklenburg um, police department or the FBI or whoever ordered it. I would have, as me, I would have had another autopsy because you got one saying this, you have one saying indeterminate. Okay, um, something there. That's a gray area to me. So I would have had a third autopsy done. I would have. That's
Yeah,
just me.
yeah. But once again, the family relied on, the authorities, the professionals, federal
Yeah,
government to enter, and rightfully so.
yeah. But how's that working out for them?
Right, exactly.
How's that working out for them? I'm
Exactly.
telling you, because I would be, and I think you and I had this conversation once before. Um, look, Mexico. I know she's a little melanated woman, but I do think you have a warrant out for this person. Contact the U.S. Hey, what are y'all doing about this warrant? This warrant needs to be addressed.
Right.
And Mexico ain't doing nothing about it.
And it should,
U.S. ain't
uh,
doing nothing about it.
Marty, I'm telling you, that extradition should have been fulfilled.
Hmm.
I'm telling you,
Hmm.
it
Now she
should
can fight
not
it
have
because
ever
that's her
taken
right.
this long. It should not have ever taken this
Oh,
long
I agree.
at all. At all.
I agree.
You've got video footage
Hmm.
In the Kanika Jenkins case, let me back up a bit.
You know, I followed that one too.
Okay, so in the Kanika Jenkins case, did you know that the medical examiner, Christian Howell, um, who did the examination of Kanika, okay, did request from the Rosemont Police Department to view the hotel video surveillance footage? I found that kind of strange to say, well, okay, isn't your independent examination based on scientific,
From her
um,
body, not in a hotel.
right, right, from her body, independently of any external influence,
Right.
uh, can determine cause of death? That was my big question in that case. Why would you have to take a look at video surveillance footage of Kanika walking the hallways in the hotel
Right.
up until she got to a point in the footage that she ended up in a kitchen
Right.
somewhere in the hotel, past a freezer and disappeared?
Right.
Not walked into the freezer
Right.
with a full visual identification to say, oh, damn, she opened up the door and walked in.
Right.
You see, she walking past behind a wall and never
Hmm.
to reappear again.
Right.
So,
Right.
where do you get hypothermia as a cause of death? Only because that's where they found her.
Well,
Only
I
because that's
question.
where they found her. You
Right,
know.
but I question, well, so a few things about that, because if you look up um, hypothermia, and I'm quite sure you all did. Now, I few things. If that area was supposed to have been under construction, number one, no one should have been able to get back there. Why was the freezer on? Number two, but when you and I
Go
me
ahead,
and
Marty. Break it
somebody
down. Break it down,
no, but no,
girl. I'm telling you, I
look,
said the same thing.
I don't plan on being up here with you for no 5 hours. We are not on my channel. Your channel. I'm always on your channel. But so I was telling this to somebody, and they were saying about her shoe was off, and her pants were ajar. But if you actually read the definition of hypothermia and you go into the reading, people that are freezing think they are hot. So they start taking off clothes. And then they were saying in some area, and it's called burrowing or something, because it's almost like you're trying to be in a fetal position, even though she ended up, on her back. But they were just saying that sometimes when people are freezing
Yeah,
and they start taking off clothes, then they try to burrow themselves like they're like a beaver or something, like going into a hole.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I was like, well, maybe that can account for her shoe being off. Maybe that can account, for her pants being, like that. But then I go back on the flip side again, and I'm like, somebody did something to that baby, because that baby didn't get in that freezer by herself. And then there's a push button that you could get out. Were you
Yeah.
that intoxicated that you couldn't get out the freezer? And then who would disappear and then go lay in a freezer?
Mhm.
Mm-mm. It just
Yeah.
didn't make sense to me. And I was down there with one of the protesters with Jedediah and them, because I have family that lives in Chicago, and
Right.
I knew that they were, protesting out there and stuff. And it was, it was, it was an experience, just like it was an experience to go to Shanquilla's grave and to sit next to her. That's something that I think I'll never forget, because
Right.
it's like knowing the story behind it and then just being there in the presence. Um, it was it was an eerie feeling. It really was. I couldn't even really put it into words. And Shank was videoing, but it was hard to put into words about your feelings,
Right.
just being there, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
See,
yeah.
so I mean, I reached out to Sue Ann Robinson via email
Hmm.
to see if she would have the time and opportunity to join the roundtable
Oh
to
wow.
cover. Yeah, oh yeah. I was working. I was working. I talked
You're
to
always
people.
working.
I talk to people. Like I said, I'm the guy on the phone. If
Mm,
there's anything that you'll see me, I'm the one on the phone, always talking to people. And I look, let's get together. We'll set up uh, a segue or an agenda that you feel comfortable with, and we'll just do it that way where you're comfortable. And I've
hmm.
had a number of people come on my channel, on my panel, and discuss casework with me live, live. So I did send her an email, never heard back from her. I
Hmm.
sent her, I sent her a second email in regards to whether she got the first one.
Hmm.
You know, I know she's busy. Hence, if she had the time or if she could make the time, please review the first email and then call me. Left my phone number and everything, you know, and never heard back from her. So, in the midst of an open investigation, okay, I said, "Mm, uh, it's going to be hard to an extent, to an extent, for me to maybe make a connection. She doesn't know who I am.
Right.
However, Shankrock was there in the physical person
Hmm.
when she had her press conference and connected with her in a way she felt comfortable knowing who she was talking to because she
Hmm.
could see that physical present person there.
Right.
And he was able to, thank goodness, he was able to have her on his channel
Hmm.
to share what she could during the interim of an open investigation,
Right.
and she did. And she did as much of it as she could.
Could.
The
Right.
rest was on press conference that she covered. And quite frankly, from the last one that when they went to meet the folks, I think it was either in May.
At the White House.
Yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, in May. She was pissed off,
Yeah.
and it's all over her face.
Hmm.
You know, and I got that they did not share any information with her concerning what they did receive from Mexico. Why? I have no idea.
Because they said it was an open investigation and they
And
couldn't
that's
give it to
what,
her. Bull
right.
crap to me.
Okay, open investigation. She's an attorney, though, working on this open investigation for the family. That's no excuse not to share the information. All they had to do is just give her a non disclosure statement to say you
Mm.
cannot share this publicly. Da-da! She would have gotten a case file on a non-disclosure statement that she could have signed to have that information released to her. But they didn't give her nothing. And that's what she was
Mm.
pissed about. I said, wait a minute, there's something else here.
Yeah.
She's pissed. She's pissed in that um, press conference, along with the NAACP president,
Hmm.
who voiced her opinion as well. This is where the justice for black women who are all that came out of there. I said, no, there's something going on here.
Right.
Something's going on here. If they received information, whatever, from Mexico that prevented them from sharing that information only because they hadn't come to a determination as to what they wanted what they wanted to share or not share because they didn't have everything they needed. Okay, let's go back to the extradition. Did Mexico fill out the proper extradition? Femicide, homicide. Remember that one?
Right. And she said if it was just the wording, that's an easy fix.
That could be cleared up. Right,
Hmm.
right. You know? So, and this is where that debacle got entangled. Yeah, it still sits that way. I mean, to me, it still sits that way with me today because nothing is moved from that extradition order. Nothing. Now, they may have the red note out there, blocking passports from leaving the country.
Hmm.
Okay, Interpol gets that information. They are not a law enforcement agency, though.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. And then, you can have a warrant, which is part of the extradition for this one singular person that they mention called DJ.
Hmm.
Now that's still unfulfilled. And the
Exactly.
FBI can only fulfill that if they have the proper paperwork.
I
You
don't
see
know
what I'm
if it's
saying? You see what I'm
paperwork.
saying? So,
No, I get you.
yeah, so we're dealing with two international countries that seem to have an issue with interpretation. My book.
Mm.
That's just me. My book.
Hmm.
Femicide, homicide.
Same difference.
Femicide, homicide. We don't do femicide here. We do homicides here. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
No answer. No answer. No answer. No answer. Oh, okay. Well, up until they come with an answer, we'll just hold the paperwork. Now you can't give it to Sue Ann Robinson or release anything to Sue Ann Robinson. So this is where she's pissed. And I get that. How come you can't release the case files to us? Not because we don't have a definitive answer as to what Mexico wants to do. We can't do femicide under the laws in the United States jurisdiction. They can do femicide down there, but we don't operate with that law up here. So in order for you to get what you need to go down there or have somebody go down there or talk to somebody that's down there to straighten out the language, if you will,
Hmm.
of their proposal for extradition. I mean, Nancy Grace covered it on her channel with the guy that used to work those types of cases on an international basis, and he even brought up femicide, homicide. It doesn't take that much to straighten it out, but
Right. And that's what Sue Ann was saying. She was like, then why don't they tell us that? She
right,
was like, because that's an easy fix, you know. But
right,
but like you said, here we have, homicide. There they have femicide.
right.
Well, dude, it's the same thing, but like I said, it's different verbiage, and if it's an easy fix, we don't know if it was fixed because no one has told us anything.
Yeah, because their femicide laws are gender based. We've heard that
Right.
gender based.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to us, we go, "What the hell's that? What are you talking about? Gender
Yeah.
based?" There's a specific um, clause or word or way or meaning as to when someone dies by the hands of another. You've got to coin it or phrase it as gender based, where here in the United States somebody ends up dead. They're going to find out whether it's male or female. It's
Mm-hmm.
not gender based.
Yeah.
If a woman killed so and so, okay, it's a woman. If a male it's a man. We're not concerned with gender. We're looking for the suspect. The
Right.
suspect is the one that's going to be held responsible and culpable for the actions of a crime. And that's just point blank. It's clean, it's clear.
Mhm.
whereas
Should be.
Mexico, complicates their shit with gender-based stuff. Did a woman do a woman? Did a man do a
Do a
woman?
woman. Right.
Right. And this is where, the fine lines of interpretation come into play. And this is where they're stuck. And the US is still waiting for them to maybe clarify language, but not going to spend any time or money sending somebody else down there to give them the lesson. Look, dude, you want this thing to go through? Yeah. Straighten out your language.
Right.
You guys speak Spanish and all this other stuff, that's fine. We don't do gender-based stuff,
Right.
okay? Like you guys do. We just don't do it.
Yeah.
Now, how bad do you want this DJ to be extradited? That's up to them. So the US is pushing back. And whereas Mexico said, hey, we sent them all the paperwork. We sent them everything that they needed.
Right. And they said it was in
Everything.
our court. They
Yeah,
said the ball was in our court.
exactly. So it's like, okay, so, who's handling the ball now?
Nobody.
Right. And that's pissing off Sue Ann Robinson,
No.
you know?
But I still don't understand why we haven't heard anything, or I don't know if they can say anything, but they told us that they sent the package to the White House and Mr. Benjamin was supposed to have said that he was going to see what he could do. Well, it doesn't take 7 months to get some type of an answer
Right. Right.
from the White House.
Exactly. Now, Sue
So,
Ann did mention during that conference, I picked up because I watched it a good number of times. It was a matter of priority. So now, what is the priority of Shanquella's case when it comes to the U.S. fulfilling a warrant and extradition order? And I think she was more pissed in regards to how we here prioritized that extradition and warrant.
right.
And so that was the table that she had to sit at when they went to Washington, along with the Benjamin Crump and
Hmm.
all the people that were there. And I would have walked away the same way. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Are you kidding me? The law is the law.
You
One
would
person
think.
takes the life of another. And in this case, it's circumstantial to a degree because we don't see the end result. All we saw was an altercation 17 seconds long. Shanquella was sitting up on the floor, bent over, hands up, hair frailed out. And that was it. That was it. So to
Hmm.
them, to us, she's still alive. She's still sitting up, so to speak. So what unaliving occurred for us to make a move on either homicide or femicide?
Well, from a medical standpoint, I
Yeah.
can I can tell you this. So so when the story first came out, when they were talking about a complete atlas luxation, that's where the death would occur within 15 minutes. Well, we come to find out that it was not a complete. So she could have lived longer, but if you saw the posture once she was sitting on that floor, that's somebody with a spinal cord injury because she was like a rag doll. Her arms, when even though she did have them, up at her hair, but the way her legs were, then the way her arms were, and her head, that's somebody with a spinal cord injury.
Yeah, I
Whether
agree.
it's and so even though she
I
did
agree.
not die on that video, the results from that beating that she took and the injuries that she sustained caused
Right.
her demise,
Right.
and
Or fractured or partial. There is a suffering from a
from what happened.
dislocation from
Right,
exactly from that type of dislocation
right.
of a person's neck,
Mm-hmm.
and it's all the way up top where
Mm-hmm. It was a
the
C1
base
and
of the
C2.
skull is,
Exactly. I'm
right.
telling you.
So you get what you see in the video,
Mm-hmm.
and you take a hard look at that video and do it in slow motion. You can see the strength. You can see um, you can actually see the physical movements of an injury occurring
Mm-hmm.
at the very last few seconds of that video because she threw her over
Yep.
and across her body
Mm-hmm.
to the other side,
Mm-hmm.
from behind, around, and
And then down.
over,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if you grab somebody's head and neck in that way and throw them, pull and throw and direct in a way to where we heard how she hit the floor,
Mm-hmm.
on her buttocks,
Mm-hmm. It was that
you know,
impact. It was that
on
impact.
impact. Those were
Mm-hmm.
marble floors in the villa.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got some solid ground for tail injury as well
Mm-hmm.
as neck and back injury.
Mm-hmm.
That would have definitely connected with some kind of dislocation that would have slowly caused her demise. And I think that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. I
It
think that's exactly
wasn't
what
an
happened.
immediate, breaking of the neck because she would have just fell out,
Right. Right.
you
No,
know.
it was that her posture was definitely somebody with a cervical injury,
Yeah. Hugh,
definitely.
Hugh, I can't show that video. Hugh's asking me to show the video. I
Oh no, I
can't
saw
really
that.
show that video, but let me see if I can do this. Let me see if I can do this. Let me find Shanquella's case because it's very tough, in a sense, for anybody to oppose. Very tough to say, did this girl suffer from an injury regarding this kind of a fight? It's very tough to refute it.
Yeah, because
Uh,
PM Channel says you can see in the video where the neck injury occurred. Absolutely right. She was sitting on the floor, but she was not moving voluntarily. Absolutely
right.
right. And you can see the paralysis sinking in. And then she was like, look how her toes were involuntarily twitching. You are absolutely right, PM. Absolutely right.
I gotta, I gotta do, I gotta do it this way. I gotta do it this way.
What are you finna do? You finna put up the video?
No, I can't put up the video because
Exactly.
they will strike me. I already got struck
I
earlier.
know.
So
With
that's
the
done. So
music.
I said, okay, YouTube is on the game. So let me go here. And you can type a one if you can see what I got displayed. I'll walk you through it.
Because I have about 20 still shots of the video um, from the beginning of the video to the end of the video, but still
Yeah,
shots.
right. Okay. So we've got, okay, Hugh says he sees it. Just Hugh? Oh, come on, people. Help me out. Type of one if you can see what I got in front of you. Come on now.
I can
No,
see
no.
what's in front of
Miss Angel is there. Okay. Okay. Miss Angel. Yeah. She's there. Okay. I'm working off a secondary device because I cannot see the chat where I am
PM
right
PM can see it.
now. Okay.
Natasha says 0. Natasha, you can't see it?
Tasha, look at your screen. Oh, she goes LOL. She sees it. She sees it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when somebody goes LOL, yeah, they're with you.
See
All
there.
right.
I just
So
saw the
beginning of
0
the
at
fight.
first.
Beginning of the fight. Morning of that fight. All right. There's connection here. And this is going from one side of the room directly over to the other side of the room.
Mhm.
This is a very forceful attack going forward. As you can see, Shinquella's already bent over from the pushing, controlling, the handling that's going on here. Let's close up here. And you can see DJ right behind her.
Mhm.
Look at the legs, body image. There was an upper blow at this point that knocked Shinquella backwards. You've got a phone here recording this because you
Mhm.
can see the white sheets of the bed
Mhm. You can see the drapes.
in the phone along with the drapes. Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's go back to far end of the bedroom. Now, all the way to the left-hand side of the bedroom from the sliding glass door,
Mhm.
where we saw all this start from, has moved over to the side of the room, still recording
Mhm.
this altercation. And you see grabbing from behind, DJ's grabbing her from behind, getting ready for the pull. You got her arm up top and across her neck,
Mhm.
right there, right there.
Mhm.
Now, here, coming from behind, still arms around her neck, side by side now, the pull is already in motion. The phone is still recording. DJ is bending down. She's using body leverage because Shinquella is coming over her left leg. Arms still around the neck,
Mhm.
full control. I'm sorry that these pictures are blurry, but to capture this in screenshots is very difficult. Again, phone still well lit, recording. Body posture in a horse stance.
Mhm.
She's beginning to pull her because you can just roughly see Shinquella's backside now. And arms around the neck.
Mhm.
So she's in full control here. Pull,
And here, yep.
there's a pull. Now her backside is in midair. She's pulled her off her feet from being behind that left leg, almost like a judo throw. And still around the neck.
Mhm.
Body position, horse stance.
There she goes.
Hands still in position of her neck. So coming from the back side of her,
Mhm.
from the left side, and being thrown 180 degrees to the right side on a head twist, turn, pull, and throw. Shanquella's body is beginning a landing position
Mhm.
at this point. So this was a very, very brutal assault right here.
And there she goes.
Hard landing
Mhm.
on her buttocks. Feet were out.
Because the picture I have, you can actually see more, and then there she goes, still hitting her in the neck.
Yeah. She attacks her now from the back.
Mhm.
And you can see that plainly here. Boom. Kick.
Mhm. To the neck.
And look how far down her body is.
Mhm.
And kicked her to a point to where she more body-wise leaning over more toward the right leg with the foot up on the floor than anything else. She's on top of her right now. Right here.
Mhm.
So to distinguish how, you know, how this could be ruled a femicide, homicide, when looking at her still sitting up is their issue, not ours, theirs. This woman was assaulted in a brutal way. And you can't take 17 seconds away from it. You can't. There's no way you can do that. See this in motion, then slow it down, and you'll begin to see how many times DJ impacted the upper portion of her body to get her over and pushed across the room. And then when she couldn't get her into a position to continue to hit her
But she
head.
does hit her after
Place.
this.
Yeah,
Because she goes around in the front of her.
yeah. She grabs her neck. And this was the fatal injury that happened that began to cause her demise.
Mhm.
Now,
Like I
whether
said,
it
the
was a
injury.
complete
Well,
atlas
we definitely
dislocation.
know it wasn't, because they said that with if it was like Nancy was saying, originally when it first happened, if it was a total decapitation, then because once you start losing, um, your ability to breathe, and then your heart and everything, it will last probably 15 minutes. That's where they got the 15 minutes when they were talking, oh, well, she died 15 minutes after her injury. That's when they thought that it was a full internal decapitation.
Yeah.
But then we found out, later on that it wasn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because swelling, edema, all of the internal organs are definitely responding to this kind of an attack.
Hmm.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about the upper regions of the head and neck.
Hmm.
So it would not have taken so long for swelling and edema to have occurred in the neck region where the injury actually occurred.
Right.
So if you've got that going on, yes, that's going to begin to debilitate a person's breathing, respiratory,
Hmm.
okay, and eye vision, if you will. Okay, that's why she kept quiet, didn't say anything when Nazir said, "Come on, get up."
Right.
We got to do this, and we're supposed to be doing this.
Right.
Okay, busted lip, black eye. She doesn't move. He finds her in the game room.
Right.
Then we went
To the living room.
to the living room.
Hmm.
And that could have caused further damage because we don't know how he handled her, what he
Exactly.
did to get her to that point, and whether there was further aggravation and agitation of her already pre-existing wounds
Right.
from the fight. He wasn't there. He didn't see it. So what was he supposed to know at that time?
I don't even know what he was thinking at that time,
Mm,
considering he said, "Oh, Quilla wasn't dead. She wasn't dead. She was just unresponsive." Well, you think that she was unresponsive because they told you that she had too much to drink, so you go get this bag in case she needs to barf. But what are you looking at? That's what I want to know. When you see her, what exactly is she doing? You know, she's unresponsive. That's what you said. But
mhm.
looking at the injuries that she had on her, what were you thinking?
Right, right. There's no way, I'm sure. There's no way he was sitting up there thinking, no, this ain't no alcohol poisoning. How you think
Right.
y'all gonna get away with that shit?
Mm-hmm.
You know, no, it's
And
alcohol poisoning. That's what we're gonna go with. That's what I'm telling her mother and everything else like that. We got to get control of this narrative here. Yo, well, what the hell are you talking about? You weren't even here.
right.
See what I'm saying? So, who knows to what extent they coerced him at that time? You
Yeah,
see,
because
so
I
this is
wouldn't have
the
left my friend there. I
yeah,
don't care. I would not have left my friend there.
yeah. So this is a difficult situation for every single one of them. Every single one of them. And for the police to have shown up, doctor shows up, tries to resuscitate her, give her adrenaline, um, and she's still unresponsive,
Hmm.
not knowing that there's the possibility of a severe injury called an atlas luxation
Hmm.
already in place because no one told the doctor about the fight.
Exactly. And I
So,
think if somebody had have told her, or if the doctor had would have just done what her oath says, forget what they say. Oh, they want no, just treat her here at the villa. No, your oath
no,
says to do
right,
no harm. And you knew that this girl needed to go. Then why didn't you transport her?
right.
But the
When
Red Cross says they can't transport deceased bodies. That's what the Red Cross says.
right. So now you have a conundrum. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. For the
Hmm.
doctor, what is this young doctor? I don't even know how old she is, but she
I don't
appears
know.
to be young,
She's young.
you know, having to come into an emergency where she's being told to treat a patient,
For alcohol poisoning.
you know, where they are.
Hmm.
Upon finding this patient, treat them where they are for alcohol poisoning.
Because that's what she was told.
Yeah, you know. So I find culpable negligence on her part.
She should have transported her.
You know, she takes responsibility once she begins. When any doctor begins a procedure, of any kind on a patient, that doctor automatically takes responsibility under the HIPAA law.
For that patient. You're
Under
absolutely right.
HIPAA. Yep. Until that doctor releases that patient is his or her responsibility under medical terms
hmm
until otherwise advised, whether it be by the parents, whether it be, could be the relatives or anything, or even the patient themselves. No, I don't need that medicine. No, where's my clothes? I'm getting out of here. Sign a release form, and then boom, responsibility is over.
Exactly.
That's how it works. That's how
Oh
it works.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
against the form against medical advice. That's
right.
if you want to leave and I'm telling you you can't leave, here you got to sign this form so my butt can be covered, you know.
Yeah. So culpability for the doctor, most certainly. It was a bad decision on her part. However, the heavy coercion was going on from the Cabo Six at the time. No, she doesn't need to go to the hospital. No, yes, she does.
hmm
She's not responding now. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, now we got to send her to the hospital, because if she dies here, they're going to blame us. However, if she dies in a hospital, then we can blame them.
Yeah, but then if she had gone to the hospital, then her injuries would have been detected there,
Oh, yeah. Oh,
you know.
most certainly. Most certainly.
So, Hugh says,
That's
so
how
was
they,
anyone charged with her death? Hugh, no, not yet, but it's coming.
yeah.
It's
So
coming.
for Shanquella to have sustained those kind of injuries in Mexico, and for Mexico to have written it up the way they did, and covering the death certificate, which was the first document to come out before the autopsy,
hmm
and have them write that this was a cause of death, was an atlas luxation, a dislocation of the spinal column
hmm
at the top of the bill. Which means there was some kind of suffocation, because it caused respiratory failure.
hmm
Okay, even though adrenaline was administered, it didn't help.
Because they
And then you've
shocked her
got
like six
CPR.
times, I think.
Yeah, and then you got CPR on top of that. Now you've got someone physically moving the body under CPR. I think they did 6 cycles of CPR.
No, they did 14 CPR
Well,
compressions
14,
and
14
six,
okay, okay,
and then six. They shocked her supposedly 6 times.
okay. So with that's with the defibrillator.
Defibrillator.
Yeah.
hmm
Okay. Wow. You got impact happening to her at the same time,
Yeah.
and causing more and more and more damage.
Yeah, because when
So
you put those bolts through your body just it arches up and it jerks up. So which is actually causing additional injury, insult to injury on your spine because your body is arching up
right. Yeah.
and your head is going back.
Right. So there's been no charges of anyone concerning Shanquella's death at this time. Okay, we know that Mexico has issued, according to them, an extradition for one of the Cabo members, along with a warrant for their arrest here in the United States, to be extradited back to Mexico to stand before the judge and obviously, identify themselves and dispute the claims. That hasn't taken place yet at all. The U.S. has done a second autopsy through the Mecklenburg Medical Examiner's Office when Shanquella left Mexico, was prepared and received back here in the United States, went directly to, not sure if it was directly to the, no, I'm trying to, I don't even have my notes in front of me. Whether it went to the whether she went to the funeral home first, that's who collected her at the airport,
I think that she
signed the
was
release
released to the funeral home.
to the funeral home. Okay,
Hmm.
yeah. And then from there, the funeral home was allowed to release her body to the medical
Medical
examiner's office
examiners.
for the autopsy. Okay, there's a lot of hands in this,
It's a lot of hands.
you know.
Too many hands for nothing to have been accomplished,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
yeah. You know, the thing that bothers me is the fact that what kind of really tampers with the evidence in this particular case is the embalming of Shanquella.
Well, formaldehyde is not going to um, mess. I mean, if she has injury to her C1 and C2, that's still going to be there. If she had a broken neck, that still is going to be there. You know, embalming is just preserving the body, draining it and then preserving the body. Those injuries that she had, especially with her spinal cord injuries, those are still going to be there.
Yeah. No, I was thinking more of the toxicology.
Well, they couldn't do one here, but they did send the blood. I mean,
Yeah.
and they could have tested the blood, because once it's spun down and it's taken off the cells, you know, it's still viable for testing, you know,
Mm, yeah. Because I
freshness.
feel that I felt that you know, once you embalm the body and you're transporting it, you know, to another location for, you know, final services, it would have an impact on toxicology in a way to where, you know, to pull fluids, whether it's the peripheral fluid, liver, um, you got blood, urine,
Yeah. You got the
peripheral.
viscerous in the eyes,
Right,
but
right, right.
once they remove all of your blood out, um, and they embalm you. But I was having this conversation with Nikki Lynn, I think. Here I go, keep bringing her name out. Because we were talking about, taking um, samples from the liver. But see, there's only so many fluids that you can analyze. I mean, because there's not tests for everything. Now, you could have sent the liver to histology, but that's not going to give you a toxicology report. You know,
Right.
I mean, you need blood and you need urine. And if you wanted to get the fluid from the eyes, that could be sent off. But I don't know what test, because I only did it on urine and blood. But
Mm,
I don't
mhm.
know where it would be sent out and what testing and what actual analytes they could actually analyze off of the fluid from the viscerous, from the eyes, the
Yeah,
fluid from the eyes.
that would go to NMS, which is the premier and primary toxicology lab that they use here in the United States. I think it's out of Philadelphia.
Mm,
You know, to send samples to them for report of all of the samples that they send, analytes reviewed, and then the report that gets sent back. You know, NMS is big in the United States. They handle the bulk. You know, they did so in the Kanika Jenkins case.
Mhm.
You know, Animus did that. Animus did Kylie Rodney. What other autopsy did I review? I mean, they're out there. They're out there. So when I see an NMS lab report, okay, we got something genuine here. You know, because they're pretty good at being as thorough as they can and giving you a complete analyte review
Right.
of
So
all of what they tested. Yeah.
yeah, because Hugh says you can test drugs from the hair, right? But there's only certain tests, Hugh, that you can actually test on hair. I know a lot of people that go for because you can tamper and get synthetic urine, for a drug test if you're trying to apply for a job. But a lot of companies here in Michigan, they will get a piece of your hair sample and they will send it out for to see if there's any cannabinoids. But the hair is very limited of tests
Now
that
what
they
about
can run on there.
right? What about fingernail clippings? Now, you know
Yeah,
that's a part of what do they call that?
yeah.
Like hair, it's a growing and growth mechanism that's always in constant play. What about fingernail clippings?
We never, ever, ever done
Because I
a
know those take
toxicology
longer.
report
Yeah,
on fingernails. And
yeah.
so, like certain things that we didn't do um, at our hospital, we had a laboratory called Quest Laboratory that
Okay,
we would send out. But we have a urine panel and a blood panel that has 28 analytes. We can do a volatile which has 8 specific tests. But if we want a battery, which is called our toxicology report, that's with 28 common drugs, to see whether it's positive or negative,
right.
you
Now
know.
that's in-house, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but a lot of things, because there's this machine called it's a mass spec machine, and it tests, like I said, for 28 different analytes, and that's what is commonly done. Like if somebody comes into the emergency room and if they don't know what's wrong with them, they'll shoot off a tox screen upstairs to us, and like I said, it takes 45 minutes, actually 48 minutes, for it to be done on the whether it's urine or blood. The GC mass spec machine actually does both, you know. But fingernails, I can't tell you.
Huh. Okay, because I think they did an autopsy. Who was it? Dr. John Badham, Banham or Badham, one of the two.
Michael
Um,
Baden,
Michael, thank you.
that's it.
Not John. Michael Baden, yeah. Chief forensic out of, oh man, I don't know if it's John Hopkins or
I'm not quite sure
I think it's out of New
where he
York.
was.
If I'm not mistaken, he was called in to do an autopsy, a review, excuse me, a review of the autopsy of the notes, photographs, x-rays, and lab reports of JFK
Hmm.
when he was,
Hmm.
done.
Hmm.
And he found all kinds of inconsistencies in everything from the the word autopsy report at the top of the page all the way throughout the report. Okay, as he's very, very scrupulous
He is.
and very thorough in giving his opinion, his analysis of a written autopsy report. And he talked about the fingernails. This is why I bring it up. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and that took the longest to actually process.
Mm-hmm.
Also to confirm whether either hair follicles, uh, the peripheral blood from the eye, liver,
Mm-hmm.
urine, if I can remember, yeah, those items were cleared of analytes.
But they can they can test your fingernails to see what they find under them. But what I'm saying is, um, there's only so there's few analytes that can be tested on fingernails.
Yeah, because the
You know.
raisin, the raisin at the base of the nail, if you take a look at your hand right now and you take a look at how long your nails are, now
Yeah,
go
my
to
nails
the
are long.
base. Yeah, just go to go to the base of the nail and they extract the raisin, raisin, the raisin of the nail.
Hmm.
Now, I never knew that. When I go,
Hmm.
I said, damn, they do that too. Yeah, they can take the sample tissue from the raisin of the nail where you've got that little crescent moon,
Hmm.
on the nail. That's where
Hmm.
the actual stem growth is in the nail. They can take the raisin out of there and test that for samples as well. I said, okay, you
Yeah,
know,
but we don't know what they're testing for, though. So
right,
that's what I'm
testing
saying.
for, correct, correct.
They can't do a
Correct.
toxicology screen on a nail. But
Yeah, that's why they try to get to the base because that's where all young growth of anything that entered the body
Mhm.
over a specific period of time would show up.
Mhm.
You know, it could be illegal drugs, marijuana, cocaine, certain prescription pills that because he did suffer from severe back pain and he was on certain medications and prescriptions
Mhm.
at the time. And so, it was interesting that he brought that up, Michael Batten,
Mhm.
the chief pathologist, in the report, because it was never put in the report. And
Mhm.
he said, I would have done this. I would have done that. I would have done, I would have done, I would have done. None of it showed up in the report. And he
Mhm.
found that very troubling. And I'm saying, okay, because I was trying to compare Kanika's report to past autopsy reports as
Mhm.
to what they do, how they draw this information out, and then got to Kelly Rodney's autopsy report. I'm looking for the same thing as Kanika's report and previous to that, JFK's report. What kind of testing did they do
Right.
in that circumstance? So I don't know if it's run state to state, but typically everybody's under the impression that all autopsy reports are technically across the board the same, but one over the other, we're calling the president at that time in
Mhm.
63, uh, under controlled environment of government officials versus, two civilians,
Mhm.
being Kanika and Kylie, you know.
Mhm.
So, so I collect these things as I go forward because I don't know what autopsy report is coming up next. I think I was sent the Alicia Watts autopsy report. I
Oh,
haven't got.
really?
Yes,
I
I
was
haven't.
looking I was looking for some information on that last week. And matter of fact, it was before Christmas. And I said, "Wow, we haven't heard anything else about the guy. We haven't heard anything else about Alicia."
Yeah, I know.
It's like they just caught him, put him in jail, and now they've moved on to the next case. I'm like, "Well, what happened to him?"
Yeah, Yep.
So you
That's how in and out.
so you have her autopsy report?
So yeah, I've got it in my email. It was sent
Wow.
to me for review so that we would have a follow-up to believe to the roundtable, but I haven't even taken a look at that, being
Oh.
as busy as I am. And like I said, I take a break from this. To read these reports, to lay your eyes on an autopsy report, and then photographs, and then you're matching up photographs and autopsy reports together. To see what the pathologist, doctor, medical examiner is looking at, and then matching it up to the description
Mm-hmm.
of the report itself. It takes time. We're novices. We're not coming from a medical background, a legal background, or anything else like that. We're taking a look at it, common sense. 1 + 1 is 2. Okay, if you see it, I do too. Type stuff. To
Mm-hmm.
come to a conclusion to say, okay, it would be a fact to say that this picture matches the description of the autopsy report based on line 8 concerning a particular area of the autopsy.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing with Kanika Jenkins' case. The doctor's opinion, in my opinion, yeah, I think she was coached. She led along with the hypothermia. Because her opinion, to me, really wasn't a damn opinion.
Mm.
She in her own words, she relates to the video surveillance footage.
Yeah, that's strange to me because why would you need to see
Believe it or
the
not,
footage? And
believe it
you're
or not,
no, I
for
believe
her
you.
to come to the conclusion of hypothermia, in her opinion, last page, she writes in essence of the narrative of Kanika walking the hallways of the hotel, entered into a commercial freezer, and that's where she suffered hypothermia. Her body temperature was never taken because that's not recorded.
They have to take their body temperature.
It wasn't recorded.
Wow.
I said that. I said it ain't here. I'm looking all over
Wow.
for it. It's not there. Medical examiner receives a body from a death investigation, especially if it's someone stuck in a freezer and this that. First thing they're gonna do is take vitals.
Yeah, and they actually, because she was in the freezer, they probably would have gotten the temperature from the liver.
That,
That's where
there
they
you
would have gotten it
there
from.
you go. There you go, Marty. There you go. And it's
Mm.
not there. It's not there. None of it's there.
Wow.
So I kind of felt that it was in some way perhaps coerced by the Rosemont police or higher ups to say we just want to get this closed as quickly as we can, and kind of put everything on the side. Tell the family we're sorry for your loss. If there's anything else that we can do or be of help, we're here to support you. The typical BS.
Mhm.
And
I'd
we're
love
sorry.
to see a I'd love to see a copy of Kanika's autopsy report.
No, okay, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, email it to
I'll
me because
send it to you. I'll
I'd like
send
to
it to you.
see it.
Yeah,
I
because
appreciate it.
you'll get a kick out of the um, what page was it? You'll definitely understand. I thought they reversed the pathological findings in the report and left the last part as more or least the truth than the first part. Obviously, the
Mm,
first part is going to be hypothermia, because
right.
that's what they want to coin it, and you'll see. I just
Yeah,
found
send
that
it to me.
so strange. I said, damn, did they reverse this in order? Because this don't make sense. None of it does.
Mm,
And Kirsten Howell, Dr. Kirsten Howell, who performed the autopsy report, examination and concluded with the report
Mhm.
is a fellow practitioner in the medical examination field
Mhm.
at that time. So she was doing a fellowship with the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office. And I said,
Mm.
wait a minute, she's practicing? And sure enough, yes, she was practicing. And she had an
Mm.
assistant, she had an assistant medical examiner that was there with her while she was performing the autopsy. As a matter of recording the examination, number one, making sure that the examination was done completely to the satisfaction of the assistant medical examiner being there, number two, and for her to get her certification
Mhm.
as a medical examiner in
Yeah,
the
you gotta have so
overall.
many hours.
Yeah, oh my God, 250 hours she had to complete. 250 hours she had to complete. So, what number of hours was Kanika at that time?
Oh yeah, I don't
You
know.
see?
Yeah, yeah,
So
I see.
we got a little. You get a
She
little.
could have been at two. She could have been at 249.
Right? And forgot to take her damn temperature.
Right.
Oops,
That's crazy.
I'm
Because
sorry.
that yeah, that's crazy.
I messed up there. I'm sorry. Let's proceed. you know?
Wow. But
Yeah.
that's one of the first things that you do after
Yeah.
you clean the body up, you know. But
Yeah. I found that
wow.
consistent with Kylie's autopsy, with JFK's autopsy. Okay, where's the temperature? That's the first thing I looked at. Okay, when they received her, where's the temperature? What was her body temperature
Yeah.
at the time when upon receiving her body?
But you know
Was it
what?
there?
They
Yeah.
said that she was frozen, and I don't know how long they laid her out on that stretcher, but they said she was frozen solid.
Well, she was when they took her out almost near almost 2 o'clock, quarter to two. No, because the funeral home guys, Evanston Funeral Home guys, yeah, police went in there. They showed up. It was more closer to almost like two, between 1:30 and a quarter to two.
Mhm.
Okay. Police were all up and down. They obviously took pictures of the kitchen area and everything else like that. Once they
Mhm.
got there, they could have removed her from the freezer into the cooler area or even outside the doorway of the cooler
Mhm.
area, bringing her outside into the kitchen, that is, because the gurney ended up going there. The gurney
Yeah.
couldn't go, I guess, in the doors and in where she was. So they had to
Mhm.
leave the gurney outside of the cooler area and bring her out
Mhm.
and then go from there. So, according to the surveillance footage, too, everything was wrapped up at a little after 5 a.m. that morning when Teresa Martin and her daughter
Mhm.
Lenore came in. I, gave a distant identification
Identification,
of
right.
Kanika. Yeah.
Right. Because they
And
told
then
her no,
went,
you couldn't touch her.
yeah, exactly. You couldn't get up to her to see,
Right.
if she was missing anything, her nose was broken, or,
Mm.
nothing.
I
You
would have
can't
been
get,
hugging my baby. That you couldn't tell me nothing. And mine is 35 and 42. And
right.
heaven
Yeah.
forbid, if anything happened to them. And you gonna tell me I can't touch my kid? Well, you can ready to take me to jail. Because
Yeah.
that's the mother's first instinct is to grab what she bore in this world
Is
if
to be
something has
close to
happened.
their child. Exactly.
Jesus, that's
Exactly.
crazy.
But it was all of this identification process at a distance.
Mm,
They took her to the freezer, uh, told her where they found her. And then after that, she gestured about cameras. We don't hear anything because there's no audio in the
Right.
footage. She gestured about the cameras. He might have said something, whatever. You know, there's only one camera over here, and this is where it is. It's the one pointing at us right now. But other than that, that's the only
There's no more
camera in the
cameras.
kitchen. Yeah,
Right.
you know. And then as she was walking out with Lenora and just taking just that final look as she's walking out the kitchen, I can imagine what went through her mind, you
Mhm.
know, at that point. You know, for a mother to be detached, not, that's the wrong word, deprived
Mhm.
of consoling her child in some way, shape, or form, being up close to her child in some
Mhm.
way, shape, or form, you know, especially at the time of their demise,
Right. Right.
you know, and that tore me up. I said, "This is how they're handling this shit?"
Mm.
I said, "You gotta be kidding me!" But yet, that's what was caught on footage, you know.
Oh
So
yeah,
you got
they yeah, she couldn't go up there.
yeah, so you got 4 hours there laid out in the hotel. We don't know what the room temperature is in the kitchen, whether heating apparatuses were on or not. Travel time between the hotel and the funeral home people up until they got her to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. Now you've got to travel a distance, and who knows what kind of a line Kanika had her body, that is, had to wait up until she was actually received. But
Hmm.
according to the autopsy, she seemed to have been received on the same date that she was brought in, you know. So if she was frozen, going back to, you know, your original
Hmm.
statement, if she is frozen, it's going to take a hell of a lot more than 4 or 5 hours, give or take,
To
for
stop.
for the to thaw out, right?
Exactly.
And to
Mm.
me, you know, and you brought up a very good point earlier in the live. Why was the damn refrigerator, freezer on
Hmm.
when there was no product or anybody actually using that kitchen for any purpose or reason whatsoever?
Right. They said it was under construction, and and I think that's probably how Teresa won her
Yeah, there was a
lawsuit.
pivot there. Yeah, there was a
Yeah.
pivot there by the hotel and the security company. You know, I said, that's a bad pivot." I said, "I don't think they're gonna buy that," you know, and sure enough,
Mm.
it showed up.
Right. And like if you have something up under construction, um if once your workers are gone, that area is supposed to be secured. We don't know if there was active, because it didn't look like active renovation to me, because
Mhm.
the things just looked there. The sinks and the metal tables and stuff didn't appear to be, there was no work equipment, around there, or anything like there was anything being done. So
Right.
whether it was slated to be under construction, but they did say that that area was under construction. Well, it was not secure because somebody got back here. And to me, you're liable for that. But why would a freezer be on? But they said that was the only freezer that was on, which was kind of strange to me. Because if you got all these freezers back here, why was this one the only one on? But why was it on anyway if the area is up under construction?
Yeah, that bothered me a lot. That
That's
bothered me
crazy.
a lot. I said, you know, if I was a business owner of the hotel, you know, costs are, you know, the most important in business is cost.
Hmm.
What are you spending? You know, do you need to spend it? And if so, why?
Right.
Okay, so you've got an unused kitchen back in a hotel,
Hmm.
renovations going on for another restaurant to take over in like a couple of months. It's being leased out. Okay, and you would have the lights on, Okay, for security, got it. But why would you need the refrigerator that has got no food products whatsoever, designed
Mhm.
and built for food products to be in? When it
Right.
is on, why would that be on? Empty and dirty and filthy, and that would
Mhm.
violate every freaking code
Health.
inspection. Yeah, health code
Exactly.
inspection in the freaking world.
Exactly.
You know, the walls wiped down, all kinds of stuff that was in there. Why would that be on?
That was
You know,
my thing when I heard it. That was my thing.
yeah. So guess what I did? I went backwards, as I always do.
Mm.
And yeah, and security, 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 all across the board. Even Hugh, Humongous, is in the chat.
Mhm.
I mean, he did an excellent job in breaking down the cameras, where they're from, how they work, software they used, time elements, manipulation, if you wanted to, everything on
Mm.
his channel. And that's where I was able to glean. I said, okay, god damn, these people are something else. Because once again, as a business owner, I'm looking at cost
Mhm.
and I'm looking at lowering my liability insurance to the hilt.
Mhm.
Somebody died in my hotel. I need to find out why.
Mhm.
I need to find out how. And I have to give it a title of something for my insurance company uh, to see if it's in my policy.
Right.
You see, well, if you have an accidental death, um, you won't suffer too much liability. Okay, thank you very much. We'll go with that.
Mm-mm.
And guess what? They picked and choose what they wanted. And obviously, they were there during the night that Rosemont police did their investigation. And I'm sure that they persuaded them because, was that 4,500 people, 5,000 people in that community,
Mm.
and it's all business development under one family. Come on.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, same people that run business that run the police department.
Oh my god. I don't like
Yeah.
Rosemont anyway,
No, I'm
but
telling you, I found out so much from Hugh in that I'm like, oh damn, this is nasty. This is what they doing? And sure
mm,
enough, to protect your asset, you got to protect your liability. Think about
right.
it. Just think about it. What is insurance other than assets and liability? What is
Right.
business other than asset and liability? And that's how they had to think. Unfortunately, for Kanika, that's how they had to think to protect themselves at all costs. And that's why they took well from 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, all the way up
Mm,
until this year to settle,
right.
to settle 10 million bucks. Because
Mm,
there were certain pieces of evidence that they couldn't get around, unfortunately. And I leaned that on security. It was their job to make sure that everyone that entered that hotel establishment was secured, safe, and protected.
exactly.
And the ones watching the camera during the times of an incident produces an incident report.
Mm-hmm.
None of that was a part of the case file. None of
What?
it. None of it. None of it. It was an
Mm,
external interview, which was the Rosemont police interviewing the security personnel in regards to what happened that night, not the security's incident report, personal incident report, where they went to the ninth floor on a couple of occasions.
vacations, right.
4 people playing noisy shit, smoke's
Mm-hmm.
coming up out of underneath the door
Right.
and whatnot. And Nothing. There was, and that's what I was looking for. I said, why isn't that included in the case file? Security report to the police to corroborate what security did during that incident was not there.
Mm.
Was
Well,
not there.
I was even thinking too. So the because I know, like, I've gone down into the basement of my hospital where security, is, and they got 90 million monitors up there, right? And you
Right.
have two people manning the monitors. If they see something in the parking lot that looks suspicious, they'll radio, somebody go check, the F lot, or go check lot 12.
hmm
If there were people manning those cameras, if you see this girl walking down this hallway, not even thinking if she was intoxicated or not, what if she could have been having a medical emergency? Nobody saw her. You see, she's in the basement. Most guests, the hotel rooms are not in the basement.
Right.
So why wasn't anybody manning those cameras? How come no one saw her? How come no one went down there to figure out, oh, this area is supposed to be off limits? How come nobody did that? Who was
Right.
manning the cameras? Nobody.
Right. So now you've got a toss up, if you will, between security and the management staff that worked that same morning when
Mhm.
Kanika went missing. You figure who's going to be your relief coverage while you're delivering um, cachets and bills, if you will, to hotel guests in the hotel.
Mhm.
Somebody's got to be watching those cameras
Mhm.
around the clock.
Mhm.
So you figure, was it security or management? And on video surveillance that morning, you only see two people. One guy at the front desk and one security officer looking like he was doing every friggin' thing in the book, for the hotel.
Mhm.
Running errands, getting towels, pushing carts.
Mhm.
I mean,
So
it's
who was
like,
manning the cameras?
hey, where's this guy going? And all caught on video. And so
Mhm.
right there, for the civil trial to have found for Teresa Martin what they did, it was easy, real easy.
Right.
Because if they were understaffed at that time shows neglect. Hence, okay, you can't come up off of that, you know. So both of you got to pay. And however which way you pay, the both of you got to pay. And
Mhm.
it closed out that way. To me, it's not justice for Kanika.
No.
You know,
No. No way.
um, at the same time, too, if the family does not want to continue to travel down that road with empty results, empty results, empty results, empty results, nobody's going to jail. All this is for is to, um, you know, recuperate your loss of wages, your loss of time, your stress in this case. No amount of money can
Don't
can
bring my
ever
baby
pay for
back.
that. I don't care what they say. No
No.
amount of money can ever pay for that.
No.
Emotional? No,
No way.
no, no. You live with that.
For the rest of your life.
You got $10 million. Okay, well, what are you going to do? Well, you got to live with it anyway. You
Right.
got to live with it anyway, no matter how much money you get. You know, she wanted somebody to go to jail. She wanted to have somebody be responsible for what happened to her daughter.
I wanted somebody to be responsible for what happened to her daughter too, because I don't think that Kanika walked in that freezer. eh, I just don't think she did that. I think somebody else was back there, but here I go speculating. It's not factual.
Oh, you said that too. See, I did too. Somebody was back there waiting for her, called her,
Mhm,
um, led her, coerced her,
mhm,
whatever,
mhm.
whatever have you. She doesn't know the layout of the hotel. So where does she know where to go?
Exactly.
How's she gonna know where to go? Not unless security is there and he's off camera because he knows where all the cameras are.
I'm telling you, someone
You see
was
what I'm
back
saying?
there. Yeah,
So
somebody
there'd be
did
some
something to
nasty
that
shit out
baby.
there. It'd be some very nasty, nasty people out there that can do certain things, and oh, you can't see me. I didn't do it.
Right.
It looked like he showed up the next day after they had found Kanika at the front desk, acting like he didn't know what anybody was talking about.
Right. Mm-mm. Hugh says that settlement was a joke. You are absolutely right, Hugh. Because
Yeah,
I thought someone said that she only got 6 million, but I thought initially I heard that she was suing for 30. Um, and then when I saw that they actually did settle, and I thought they settled for 6, but I'm like, $6 million? Are you crazy? That's the Crown Plaza Hotel. They have a chain. People didn't do what they were supposed to do. My child was on your premises, and
mhm,
somehow she ended up unalive.
yeah,
No, you can't bring her back, but $6 million? Mm-mm.
yeah. I mean, the longer you go in a civil, no matter what the course of the case is, the longer you go, it's expensive for you. It's expensive for the lawyers. All the pre-trial motions that you have to go through just to get to trial, because that's what she was hoping to get to was trial, and
Mm.
they just drug it out and drug it out and drug it out and drug it out to where when the button was pushed to go to trial, they folded. They
Mm.
folded. They had their hands in the grinder, and there was no way to get the fingers out. No, 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 no. We don't want to go to trial. Can we offer a settlement? That's what
Mm.
happened. Can we offer a settlement? And with Teresa being dragged out well over 5 years, 6 years, she's tired
She's
too.
tired, right?
Going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Who's paying her way to go back and forth? She is,
Right.
to go and deal with these lawyers and deal with the courts and to listen to either audio tapes and testimony and all this other stuff. She don't know that legal stuff.
Right. That's
She,
why you should have a representative with you.
yeah, So I mean, that's what happened. So for me, I said, well, yeah, if that's Teresa Martin's decision,
Yeah, which is true.
then I go with that decision
Right. Because we're
civilly.
not in her shoe. Right.
Civilly.
We're not in her shoes.
Right, right. Civilly, I get it. Okay. To go any further and to lose sleep, and every time you turn around, you get new paperwork in the mail. You got to show up for this. Then you got to go to the lawyer's office to get interpretation, clarified and all this other
Hmm.
stuff, back and forth. And you're trying to raise a family, you're trying to live your life and all this other stuff. And then you still got to deal with this court stuff. Yeah. It kind of wear
She
her
could have been
down.
burnt. Yeah, she could have been burnt out. I
Yeah.
know it would have been trying
Yeah.
and exhausting. Mm-mm. Natasha
Yeah.
had put in the thing. She was like, She would say she's more mad at the way that they treated her mom when she was trying to find her daughter. And you're right, because I listened to the 911 calls that Teresa made, and oh, just rest. She'll show up, or she'll call, or you can't, say she's missing, and she was saying how old she was, And then she was like, well, call me back at, I don't know if it was like 4 o'clock or something, but she called twice and they just put her off. And so, Natasha, I understand what you're talking about because I was pissed at that. Just the just the way that the 911 operator had no urgency um,
Yeah.
in her telling her that my child is missing. You
Yeah.
know,
I
yeah,
mean,
that was ugly.
even to take the time to look up her name, who she was, how old she was, description of who she was. Maybe she's gone someplace else with her friends. You know, being suggestive when you're
Hmm.
not really not supposed to.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I found that, kind of very troubling. I said, wait a minute, police department is going to be suggestive on a missing person's phone call? I
Hmm.
said, that's kind of weird, But he was reading the script. He followed it, yeah, but who knows? She might just show up in a few hours or so like that,
Right.
and really nonchalant, throw it
Hmm.
over your shoulder,
Hmm.
not really giving a care as to a mother looking for her daughter.
Right. Now, I
Mm.
know the 911 operators, they have to remain professional. They can't get upset, and, they teach you this because I know a couple of 911 operators. And so, you have to have this same tone, but I understand that. I understand that, it's not your child that's missing. But to me, you still have to have some type of empathy or compassion when this woman is telling you that no, this ain't my daughter, and her friend said X, Y, and Z, you know. Oh, well, she'll turn up. Yeah, she turned up all right.
Right.
She turned up
Right.
all right. Which
Yep.
is just sad.
Yeah. Me, I flipped that coin and I said, no, take down the information, come on down to the office. We're going to assign this to XYZ officer or officers to look
Hmm.
into the matter for you.
Hmm.
Okay. I wouldn't have told her, oh, well, you can sign a
She'll
missing
show up.
person. You can sign a missing persons report anytime, anytime. Yeah, sure. But, what you want to do, and he was just being too damn suggestive.
Hmm.
And I'm like, hmm, do they have a heads up on something?
I don't know
You
about
know,
this the
I
911
scratched my
operator
head. I said,
anymore.
do they have a heads up on something? But yeah, they're supposed to do their job. I
Right.
call in, I'm missing my daughter. I want you to do something about it. I went to the hotel. They didn't want to let me see the cameras,
Hmm.
anything else like that. Is there any way we can see the cameras? Is what she said.
Hmm.
You know, well, yeah, sure. We can do that. And okay, well, when?
Hmm.
You know, well, we want to give it time. Delay. That's what I got from that phone call. It was more of a delay. And I said, are they tied into this shit? And that's what made it complicated for me. And I said, well, wait a minute. What is the population of Rosemont? Looked that up, got the number. A small community. Who runs that area? Oh my God. You bump into a family.
I didn't know that. Hold
Yes, both in business, handling business, and also in law enforcement. And I said, no, 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 this is going to give me a headache. This is going to give me a headache.
Hugh
And sure
said,
enough, it
you're
was tied.
talking about Rosemont. He was like,
Talking
that's
about
the whitest,
Rosemont. Yeah.
that's the whitest city in Chicago.
Oh my God. And I said, oh, damn, we ain't got a chance, you
Mm-mm.
know. And
Yeah, I
they're
don't like
going to
Rosemont.
explain their narrative. Hence, Take a look at Shanquella Robinson's case.
Yeah.
You know, the narrative. The narrative. Take Summer Wells case. The narrative. All down the road, it's always about the narrative. And that's what I tear the hell up every time I hear it. And that's when I start working backwards. Who is this about? So and so. Okay.
Mm.
Where did this happen? Here. What time did it happen? Here. Okay. What took place? This took place. Okay. Was she alone or were they alone? No. Who's this? That. Oh, no, okay, let's start working backwards. What happened before the event? Who were they connected to before the event? Who knows that they were there before the event? If they do, how are they connected? Where are they from? And believe me, you start working backwards and dig that way until you hit a dead end, then come back to the present where the situation exists, then go forward from the situation called after the fact, and who shows up. It's a lot of information there, and you'll be able to see a bigger picture. You know, it's not so much something happening and you have to go forward from there, but you got to go backwards to get to what happened. You know, yeah, it's powerful. It is powerful. You know, and I said, okay. And the same thing I did with the Daniel Robinson case. You know, I got to work backwards. Now, David Robinson may not like me digging someplace I don't belong, but I need to. I gotta ask. I gotta ask my questions.
Right.
You know, to see how this is going to unfold to where we are. You know, everything plays a very important part until you get there. Until you get there. And Hugh would agree with me. Because when you play your cards that way, you will find out. That's for sure. You know, demographics, working backwards, doing a profile, and then doing sub profiles, everything. You'll find consistencies. Once you find consistencies going backwards, you get to the point where the occurrence took place. Then you find consistencies going forward. Ah, damn, it jumps right in your face. Right in your face. Marty, you're on mute, if you know. Just want to let you know. But yeah. So.
How did you put me on?
I didn't put you on mute. I'm not even touching anything.
You mute. Okay, the shake when
I don't mute nobody. I don't mute nobody. I don't boot nobody. I don't mute nobody. I don't kick nobody out of my room. They come in and they leave the same way they came, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look, I appreciate you for letting me come up on this panel. It's 3:30 in the morning, and when I got up here, I said I am not going to be up here with 5 and 6 hours, and I made my own stuff out of a storyteller. But I have things to do. I appreciate you for letting me come up on the panel.
Anytime.
And once again, I'm coming back Friday.
Anytime. You know, you and Miss Angel came up here. I'm like, okay, Rock Squad in the house. Okay. Anytime. Anytime. Anytime.
Well, thank you. And it's time for you to go to bed.
Okay.
I definitely know it's time for me to go to bed. But I enjoyed our conversation as usual, and
Yes.
I shall see. Are you gonna have no? You're not gonna have an open panel on Friday. You're gonna just
no. This is gonna be an exclusive one-on-one.
Okay.
It's gonna be just a one-on-one. You know, tell the story. Right. Let's get to the details. Let's come up to where we are right now, and let's take a look at how things are going to be moving forward from this point.
Mhm.
So it gives people a little bit of a catch up on the details of missing Daniel Robinson.
Mm. Well,
You know,
I will definitely be here on Friday at 9 o'clock.
yeah, it's going to be exciting. I've been looking forward to it since June of last year.
Oh, you're
But
kidding.
I understand that trying to work through scheduling and David trying to do his private investigations on his time, and
Hmm.
still flying back and forth between Arizona and the Carolinas. Is it's tough.
Wow.
It's tough.
Well, I am
Mm,
waiting. I'm going to be waiting to hear that
yeah.
interview on Friday.
Okay.
And I will see you then. You have a good morning, because I'm not going to say night because it's morning. You have a good morning and stay safe. And
I
I shall
certainly
see you
will.
on Friday.
All right, love. Have a
All
good
right.
one.
You as well.
You
Bye
too.
bye.
Miss Marty from the Rock Squad. Miss Angel from the Rock Squad, who was with us earlier. Yeah. And Natasha, please come back. Your commentary is booming. Love it. Engaged commentary. And you're speaking your mind. And that's what I always encourage people. Anytime Hugh comes in here, he always speaks his mind. Always, you know. Um, so yeah, that's where we are right now. And let me do this. Okay. Yeah. So I came back on to just let YouTube know I got your message. Okay. I can't do Luther. All right, no problem. Let's talk. They haven't boot me off yet. So I gotta pray and hope that they don't send me an email. You talk too long now. But yes, thank you, Miss Marty, for joining the panel. Miss Angel for joining the panel. When I drop the link, it's for everyone. I don't want you to be afraid to express yourself. And Miss Natasha, I'd love to hear um, you know, everything that you've been commenting on. Holds precedence, in your mind. And so, that looks like you'd love to share something. So the next time I come on, after I do Friday, we'll do an open panel again. Yeah, definitely. You can jump up and we talk casework here. That's what my channel is all about. Missing persons and requested case investigations. It's in my about section. It's what I've been doing. Definitely. So yeah, pass the word along. Let everybody know what we're getting ready to get into for 2024. I think it's going to be a powerhouse interview on Friday night at 9. Because, I've looked at some notes and I said I've got to up my game in the type of interview that I want to do. I'm while also protecting the integrity of an active case. It's hard to do. Believe me, it's hard to do. But I believe the way I'm going to approach it is going to be very unique. It does protect myself as a content creator and protects the person on the platform, talking about the subject matter. So I think we'll have a good live there and continue to move Daniel Robinson's case forward on my channel. We'll continue to. I only like to be able to get updates on cases. You know, I'm getting ready to re-review Alicia Watts's case based on the new information that's I've been given, to take a look at everything that's transpired there. You know, I'm still following Breonna Taylor's case, you know, and all the nonsense that's happening there. Still, people just putting their foot on the brake and doing all kinds of shit, you know, to protect police, to protect police, to protect police. Not good, not good, not good in that case. Summer Wells, like I said, I'll be on Crime Lies and Lines on Monday morning at 10 a.m. New York time, my time, 9 o'clock Central time. Yeah, most people know that I'm a night guy, but I'll be following up with Miss Brooke, is the content creator there, and she's been covering the Summer Wells case like you would not believe. And we've had conversations on certain subjects, and we meet eye to eye on a lot of stuff. So if you can make that, great. No big deal. I like to travel to different content creators. Shankrock is one of them. So if you're not subscribed to Shankrock, definitely subscribe. Covering the Shanquella Robinson case. I'm staying very close to that as new developments happen. He gets it and definitely shares the information. So, and if it's well worth me doing and not being redundant, I'll get on my channel and say, hey, here we go. We got some new stuff. You know, but you guys have been what holds me together always. And to know that we've entered a new year and Humongous is still with me. My goodness. That's cool. And it's good to have Natasha Richardson right on the back of his heels, coming in, chiming in, and sharing your thoughts. Sharing your thoughts. Miss Justice, thank you so much for dropping Shankrock's channel link. Don't forget, I'm not sure when yet, but I'll let you know about the next upcoming roundtable on Miss 54 Keys' channel. I'm just getting back into the swing after, family time, holiday time, and unwinding a little bit. I wanted to share some Luther with you, but YouTube said no. There's enough Luther out there. They can find the damn channel, John. They can find the damn channel. Don't worry about it. We just not going to have him on your channel, okay? You got away with Whitney Houston, we'll let you slide. But other than that, yeah, until you can find something else to do. I played the Bee Gees, for crying out loud. Block me from international viewing or viewership. I was like, come on, Bee Gees? Gotta be kidding me. I played Whitney. It's on my channel. It's a great video too. I said, okay, well, maybe I can do another one. You gotta live and learn with YouTube and its content creation changes, so to speak. It's like, you're gonna hurt somebody. I'm not monetized to hurt anybody. Gonna hurt somebody. I'm actually promoting you, not hurting you. I'm promoting you. Go here. Listen to this. There's other music there. Give me a break. Oh, man. But anyway, I'm going to jump out of here. I have enjoyed tonight's live with you. I needed to come back and straighten out, YouTube a little bit. I was able to flex my muscles, get back into the groove, and really cover with you what we're about to get ready to get into for this year. I'm excited about that. It's hard work to do this stuff, but you'll see once Mr. David Robinson joins me on Friday what work John Q does on his channel. If you're brand new, very first time here, you're connecting with me, you'll see what I do. Love map work, love getting into the details of stuff, and that's exactly what we're going to be getting into. Some good details. Yes, it's the stuff that doesn't show up on TV. You ain't gonna find this stuff on TV. You'll be sitting there watching the screen on TV. Here, we do it live, and you can interact with your thoughts. At the same time, the live and the information is passing between us. And that's why I created this channel. Miss Justice, much love to you. Happy New Year to you and family for holding it down. She always holds me down. Always. Mr. Bossman Blake for jumping in here earlier. Much love to you, my brother. We will connect, and we will definitely, continue to connect to a point to where we can bring about another roundtable with Miss 54 Keys. We have to discuss what we're going to talk about. And we have an anniversary, I know, that has passed in September. So we've been looking forward to getting together to do a very special anniversary for the Roundtable's first complete year on YouTube. Definitely. And I will be, oh my God, talking about another year. Wait a minute. Check this out again. Oh, man. I gotta do some research. I started my channel. Oh no, wait a minute. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I'm going on an anniversary. I'll be damned. It went by that. Yes, it did, John. It went by that fast. This month, I will be 5 years on YouTube. Oh, man. I'm talking about numbers right now, right? 5 years on YouTube. No doubt. January 2019 is when I started. January 2019, 2020, 2021, 2, 3, 4. I'll be damned. All of 19, all of 20, 21, 22, 23. Wow. Damn. Yo, Hugh, how long you been on? I got to go to your page and check. That's crazy. Damn. I had to remember something else was going on in January. My oldest daughter's birthday is on the 17th of this month. It's Amanda. I'm like, okay, what else is going on in January? 2017, okay. 2017 for you. All right. Damn, okay. I know time is flying, but geez. Time you turn around, it's like, okay, remember this, remember this. Oh, damn, it's that time again? Yeah. KJSK started 2017, yeah. Yeah. Now, me, I was on someone else's channel in 2017 before I started my official channel. You know, doing content collaborations with content creators concerning the Kenneka Jenkins case. That's where my start was. Till I heard, oh, you should have your own channel. You should have your own channel. How do you do that? Oh, you know, click this button, go here. Click that button, go there. Click that button, go there. Oh, okay. As soon as I turned around, I had 82 subscribers to the channel that I had created. And I wanted to know, how the hell did they know I was going to create a channel? Or how in the hell did they show up before I did? 82 people subscribe to John Q. So where the hell did that come from? Just doing collaborations with content creators, I was able to find out. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's how I got in trouble. And people were subscribing to me before I even had a channel. They're the same ones that pushed me into having a channel too. So, blessings, telling you. And I've had it ever since. I don't have no strikes. Never had. I don't even look forward to them. If YouTube tells me to take a video down that they don't want me to show, I'll take it down. I'll take it down. I'll let them teach me and give me fine-tuned information as to, you know, what I can and what I can't do. Can't share somebody else's content. Okay, create my own, but still have the same message in the content that you told me I couldn't create on my channel. That's all. YouTube. Okay. Damn, he's smart. You just can't play nobody else's video. We've been telling you that for a long time, but you want to test us. Yeah, I'll do it from time to time. You're damn right. Because if it's out there on YouTube and someone's not monetized, they're looking to promote the stuff. Duh, put that in the algorithm. How's that? Like, share, subscribe, right? YouTube language, like, share, subscribe. Like, share. Well, that's what I do on my channel. All the time. Like, share, and subscribe. I've shared Hugh's videos. I'm good. 54 Keys' videos. I'm good. Don't give me no problems. None. None. But other than that, folks, I'm out. I'm glad we spent some time together, breaking open the brand new year, 2024. I'm looking forward to it. I know you are. We just got to get through this winter stuff. Wherever you are, wherever winter is for you, I know you want to get through it too. I can't do it. But winter is one of the four seasons, which is definitely four of the elements of the same thing that we're made up of. Hot, warm, cool, and cold. You've met those kind of people before too, haven't you? Well, we are made up of the same stuff as the four seasons are, according to nature. How long it lasts is our choice. I say skip winter. I'm not a cold person. Give me the warm, give me the cool, definitely give me the hot. The cold, no. Cold, no. I can't do it. I know y'all can't either. Type of one in the room if you enjoy the cold. I like winter. Hell, shit, ain't nothing wrong with that. I can be cold too, especially to some of those people out there that's cold to me. I can be cold back. Type of one in the room. Let me see if how many people like winter. Okay, Hugh. I didn't mean you. I knew you were going to be the first one up. I can be cold, John. I'm telling you. Don't mess with me. Yeah, Miss Justice said too. Yeah, go to the second season. Yeah. So, you might get, oh, he hates the heat. Okay. All right. Well, you'll never get a tan like me, Hugh. You hate the heat, you won't get a tan, man. Nice little, little light glaze. That's all. Nothing heavy, just a little light glaze. Think about it. What would I look like with a little light glaze? Maybe like John Q. Yeah, just a light glaze, nothing deep, like I'm been burnt. Will I be okay? Yeah, you'll be all right, Hugh. You'll be all right. A little light glaze, give you a little cinnamon, a little caramel. And a little brown sprinkle. Don't hurt. A little brown sprinkle always gives flavor to anything you put on it. Light glaze. Oh, I'm tripping now, right? Yeah, light glaze. You still alive? Oh, man. Yeah, well, I had fun. I hope you guys did. I'll see you on the next comeback, Friday, 9 p.m. We got some business to take care of on the Daniel Robinson case. A special update with Mr. David Robinson, Daniel's father. Oh, I can't wait to get there. Hopefully, you can't wait either. Share, like, and well, you know what to do. And I'll be back to you as soon as I can. Much love and Happy New Year to everyone.